distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Research Assessment Exercise 2026 workshop on research impact and research environment submissions. I'm Joyce from the UGC Secretariat. In today's workshop, we'll outline the key components and requirements for impact and environment submissions. We are delighted to gather the RAE group, 4 of the RAE panel conveners, and our RAE consultant to join us for this workshop. May I now invite Professor Timothy Tong, Chairman of the Research Grants Council and Deputy Convener of the RAE Group, to give the opening remarks. Professor Tong, please.
Good morning. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this workshop. I think the very fact that you are here shows that you are placing importance to the RAE 2026. And today, I hope that by the end of the day, you will feel you are more informed about how to prepare your documents in order to highlight your accomplishment, okay? And as the MC earlier announced, we actually have all the panel chairs with us this morning and the convener of the RAE 2026 and also the consultant with us. So I'd like you to meet them first, okay? I'd like to introduce Professor Chris Brink to you, who is the convener of the RAE group. Would you just stand and let everybody see you? Let's give Chris a round of applause. Thank you. And we have 6 panel chairs with us this morning. And I would also like you to meet them, so I'll ask them to stand when I call out your name. Professor Philip Gummett. Professor Philip Gummett. Give him a round of applause. Professor Miles Padgett. Miles, thank you. Professor Maria Delgado. Maria, thank you. Professor David Rosenblum. Professor John Carpenter. Thank you, John. And Professor David Price. Thank you, David. And thank you all. They have all traveled a long distance to be with us today. So a special note of appreciation to all of you. And as the title of today's workshop suggests, we will focus on a couple of areas in the RAE exercise. That is, dealing with research impact and research environment. What do they exactly cover? What materials do you need to provide in order to document the situation at your institutions so that you can present your university under the best light possible? Okay? So by the end of the day, I hope that you will indeed feel more informed about how to prepare your RAE 2026 documents in these 2 areas. As you may know, RAE is an exercise conducted by the University Grants Council every so often. Every so often nowadays means every 6 years. Okay? And the whole purpose is to find out what the research profile and research environment among the local universities are, and how are we doing in terms of research. And in this exercise, what we will end up doing is essentially benchmarking our research output against the international view as represented by the experts that we will be inviting from all over the world to help us conduct this exercise. And those experts are, of course, organized under the different panels. You may recall The last time we did the RAE, that was in 2020, and the outcome was actually quite encouraging. We should all be very proud of our local universities. About 70% of the research projects were judged to be internationally excellent, 70%, okay? And the universities performed well in research impact, which reveals that the universities did a good job in transferring their research results into innovative solutions, benefiting the local society, and in some cases, even the global society. But looking forward to 2026, of course, I'm anxious to see how we are doing, and hopefully the results will show that we have done even better than last time. But it remains to be seen. And at the same time, I'm also anxious to find out how we can even do better in the coming years. Because as you may also know, that the Hong Kong SAR, the chief executive, has articulated a vision that Hong Kong should be developed into an international hub for higher education. And embodied in that is that Hong Kong should also be developed into an international hub for research and innovation, okay? And of course, for RGC, we are interested in knowing whether we have deployed the resources available to us in the best way we can to support the universities to accomplish those goals. And if not, how can we do better? Okay? So today, I would encourage you to not just listen to the experts, but to ask questions. Ask as many questions as you may have, so that indeed, by the end of the day, you will feel much more informed about the preparation of the upcoming RAE 2026. So without further ado, let me invite the convener of RAE 2026, Professor Chris Brink, to the podium and let him share his view with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to see so many of you turning up for this workshop. Welcome from me on behalf of the Research Assessment Group. We did have a sort of a general workshop in July, I think, last year. Some of you may well have been there. But we felt it would be helpful, at least we thought it would be helpful to you if we have something specifically on impact and on environment, the two components beyond the usual research output component. As you very well know, I'm sure, the weightings is 65, 20, 15. So 65 goes to the classic research outputs, and as practicing academics, I'm sure all of you will be submitting your 4 outputs, and then 20% to the impact component and 15% to the environment component. So that's what we're going to do today. And as Professor Tong said, the whole idea is to try and be helpful to optimize, for you to optimize your submissions. I might mention that we are now sort of midway through the process. The actual submissions happen, your submissions happen at the end of this year, in December or so, 2025, and then the evaluation process is 2026. And for that, We have, again, as I'm sure you know, we have 13 evaluation panels of various sizes, depending on the number of submissions we expect. We have, each panel has a convener. We have 4 of the conveners here today, representative of the sort of overall research environment. And the process will conclude by this time. It's going to be in-person meeting of those panels in September next year. I'm sure everybody remembers last time we were operating under the strictures of COVID. So most of the evaluation was done last time online. The panels had to meet online, and all credit to the evaluators and the panels. They did a splendid job. But this time we hope we will not have those kind of situations to deal with. So we're going to meet in person here in August, September of 2026 and do the evaluation, and then the results will be known in early 2027. And as Professor Tong has already mentioned, this is a hugely important event from the perspective of the UGC because it determines formula funding. There's the 2 components. The competitive component is the RGC, the Research Grants Committee, which Professor Tong heads up, and that determines funding on a sort of a continuous basis. But the RAE determines formula funding until the next RAE, which is 6 years. So very important, and that's why I'm sure one reason why you are here. Now, as to what happens today, this morning and this afternoon, there are 2. The impact component is dealt with in the morning, and that is the person heading that up is Professor Gummett. Phil, if you just stand up again for one moment. Phil is going to be in charge in the morning, so this is the last you will see me. Phil will be chairing the meeting. He will make a presentation and then chair the meeting in the morning. But we will have you will have the backup, the support of our 4 conveners here, who will each also make a presentation. And then we've tried to allow enough time for questions and answers. And we're flexible enough. If there's more demand, we can change the schedule just a little bit. There are some pre-submitted questions, so thank you very much to those of you who did pre-submit questions, and we'll deal with those, not all of them, but probably representative ones in the morning session. Then and we'll have a tea break in the middle, in the morning. And then we break for lunch. And in the afternoon is devoted to the environment topic, and that will be headed up by Professor Price, our consultant. David, if you just stand up again. So David is in charge in the afternoon, and the same format. He will make a presentation. At some point, you can see the layout here on stage. All the members that I've mentioned and Professor Tong have mentioned, we will all be up here on stage, and we will take part in the discussion and the exchange of ideas and questions and answers. What will happen afterwards is the same as we did in July last year. Both the pre-submitted questions and the questions which come from the floor. We have our very able and professional secretariat here who keeps copious notes of all the questions and the answers. And then there's a document formulated after the event. Responses to questions and responses to questions. And that document will be circulated and it will be on the website of the UGC. So that'll be the definitive version. As we discussed today, we may or may not be able to answer your question definitively, but the actual document prepared after the event, which is circulated, that is the definitive version. I should just mention that the process of preparing the documents of the RAE, that is now complete. All the 4 main documents of the RAE, the framework, the guidance note, the general panel guidelines, and then 13 times panel-specific guidelines. Those were all consulted extensively. They're all on the web. Please, in your preparation, make sure you are familiar with those documents, because those are the rules of the game. And then in addition, there are these, both for the July last year workshop and for today's workshop, there are the Q&A documents that are also circulated. So this is the last you will hear from me. I'm going to hand over to Professor Gummett, and then I will do a bit of a wrap-up before lunch. And then this is all about impact, and then in the afternoon we repeat the entire exercise for the environment, topic of environment. So I hope you enjoy this. I hope you find it useful, and thank you again for joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Brink. May I now invite Professor Philip Gummett to give an overview on research impact submissions. Professor Gummett, please.
Well, good morning, everybody. Great pleasure to be here. And I've never previously addressed an audience in 2 tiers. It's, I'm afraid, won't be a theatrical performance, but we'll do the best we can. So, Chris has laid the framework out for you already. I should just say, by way of introduction to myself, I used to be a proper academic for many years at the University of Manchester. Then I went over to the dark side and joined a funding organisation. In the UK, as you may know, there's a devolved structure, 4 different nations all coming together under the United Kingdom. I went to run the organisation equivalent to the UGC in Wales, with a similar number of universities, as it happened, to those in Hong Kong. So I come from that sort of background. That's the agenda for what I'm going to talk to you about. It's going to be quite a general overview, but then we have, as has already been said, 4 very experienced panel conveners who will follow through in much more specific ways, talking about how this works in the areas that they will be responsible for, that they are responsible for, and giving examples, getting much more concrete about it. And we'll have chances, as has been said again, for questions during the formal session, and also, frankly, during the tea breaks and maybe at the beginning of the lunch period as well. So there'll be plenty of chance to catch us and ask whatever you wish to do. So to begin at the beginning, for anybody for whom this is a new subject, what are we talking about? What do we mean when we talk about research impact? Well, you've got it all written out formally in those documents, but here is a summary and a few things to notice. We're talking about something that can be demonstrated, a contribution that arising from research done within a university during a defined time period that can be demonstrated with clear impacts, with clear benefits that can be seen, with clear benefits that can be seen in some way. The benefit, the impact can fall in many different areas, those aspects which are mentioned over there. And it doesn't matter where the impact arises. It could be in Hong Kong, it could be international. It doesn't matter. It can be quite local, it can be quite global. But a key phrase up there, if this works, yeah. Don't know if you can see that, it looks very faint to me. Beyond academia. So very important to be completely clear. We're not talking about academic impact. That's obviously critical, but it will be taken care of during the assessment of the research outputs. We're talking now about impact beyond academia. So it's not the impact as measured, for example, by citation scores or anything like that within the academic realm that matter here. That's, in fact, not relevant at all. For this part of the exercise, we're talking about impact that arises beyond academia. And those impacts can be, if you like, positive in the sense of constructive changes or benefits in a whole variety of different ways. Or they can be, as it were, the converse of that. It can be about preventing something harmful or something negative from happening. But that in itself is a positive benefit to society or the economy or wherever the impact actually falls. A few key things to note. The focus is on the unit of assessment. It's not and on the university. It's not on individuals. We're looking at the impact of activity arising from a unit of assessment, and we're looking at what the unit of assessment and the university do to promote impact as part of that. The cases that you select, really what you should do is pick what you think are your best examples. They don't have to be particularly representative of the range of things that come out of a particular unit of assessment, but they should be your strongest cases. They don't have to arise from any research that's being submitted during this RAE. It can be other work that's been done within the unit of assessment. But it's very important to repeat again, and this, you'll hear this said so many times today that forgive me if it gets too repetitive. It is essential to show something has happened. Something has happened, it's already in the past, has happened as a result of this research activity. And it's important too, to be clear, it's not post-research activity, as it were, that's being looked for, it's some actual impact in the world outside of academia. So something must have happened in the world outside of academia. So, people sometimes say, well, patents have been issued. That's, one of the products of the research. Well, patents are useful as indicators of a path towards an impact, but they're not in themselves an impact. Patent doesn't change anything, except perhaps protect the intellectual property, but it doesn't change the world, as it were. So patents could be part of a pathway, but not themselves an impact. And you'll get more of this and more examples of this sort of thing as the panel conveners go through what they're going to present to you later. Now, you may say, well, why is this question of impact arising at all? What's this got to do with assessment of research? And the reasons are familiar, and they're the same as were put forward last time round with the RAE, the previous RAE, the last RAE in Hong Kong. It's principally about providing accountability. Public funds go into the universities, and it's reasonable for there to be some accountability for the use of that investment. And the accountability is provided, if you like, by producing evidence of how that investment has been translated into benefits and into impact beyond academia. And through that means, the aim is to gain public, including government, understanding of and support for research activities. It has been proved, it's been seen internationally, that this is a really quite powerful means of providing the evidence that helps to persuade people of influence that it is worth investing, and investing significantly in research in universities. And let me just elaborate on that point a bit. I'm going to show you a series of slides which everyone in their initial training as university lecturer are told you should never use because they can't be read by the audience. So let me say immediately two things. One is you will have all the slides available to you, so if you want to read the detail, you'll be able to later. I know you can't now. Secondly, all I'm going to need you to be able to do is to see a few patterns in these diagrams, not the detail of it. But let me explain. International experience, I've said, shows that impact can be a very powerful tool for demonstrating the value of university research. What have we got here? This comes from data that's 10 years old. This comes from, in fact, Wales, where I used to work, from an RAE in 2014 in the UK. Down the left-hand column, what we have are the units of assessment. And they're grouped, as you can see, in 4 colors. So the blue ones are essentially health, medical, biological, agricultural, that broad area of subjects. The red ones are physical sciences and engineering, computer science, and so on. The yellow, social sciences, economics, business studies. And the green at the bottom, arts, humanities, creative, and performing arts. And on the right-hand column, in the totally unreadable list of subjects there, what we have are impact areas. And there are a huge range of them there, but they include, up near the top, things like medical and health, so impact in medicine and in health. Food going down, engineering and technology sectors going further down, things like banking, finance, criminal justice system, government policy, lower down still education, further down arts and the cultural sector. And the key thing I want you to notice is that starting on the left-hand side, you can see flowing like an alluvial, the alluvial deposits in a river going out into a delta system. You can see that the blue at the top, starting in the medical, health, agriculture, biological, flow everywhere in terms of the areas of impact. And the same is true of all the others. So you take arts and humanities at the bottom, the green, they flow everywhere as well. So what we can see here is evidence that impact goes in all sorts of, it's not just going into the natural or the expected areas that you might associate with a particular academic subject area. It turns out that impact can be demonstrated extremely widely and has been, and this is 10 years ago, so this is very well established. Now, that's not to say that there aren't areas which are more dominant than others for each subject area. And this diagram shows that. This is from Wales in 2020. Again, without being able to look at the detail of it, down the left-hand side, we've got subject areas, research subject areas. And along the bottom, we've got areas of impact. This has been worked to different classification from the other one, if you're really interested in the detail, but you can read that later. So you can see in this bubble diagram, some of the circles are bigger than others, and you can see that suggests that those are areas where, for those particular subject areas, you tend to get a larger range of, a larger body of impact falling. But nevertheless, the same pattern. You can see things spreading all the way across. Doesn't matter which subject area you start with, the impact areas spread all the way across, not just in the natural ones. Now, you may have found those hard to read, so let me give you a really hard one. This one is Hong Kong. This is Hong Kong in 2020. Some really high-powered consultants were paid to analyze what happened in Hong Kong in 2020, and this is what they produced. There is a very fine volume available. It's on the website too, if you want to look at it, showing the detail of all this. I don't expect you, obviously, to read that. It's practically impossible to read it, even if you're looking at it close up. But it's the same idea. You've got the research disciplines down the left-hand side. You've got, actually on the right-hand side here, they've put the RAE panels. And in the middle, they've identified a series of what they called topical clusters. And they've identified those from sort of huge, elaborate data mining exercise. So you've got things up the top, up near the top, things like heritage and tourism, and then running down through things like education, community services, further down still business and commerce. Dark blue in the middle there is health. Below that in green, appropriately enough, is environment, and in red below that, IT. So you see the same thing again, it's exactly the same thing, it's exactly the same point coming through, this time for Hong Kong, this time more recently, and this time coming from the first ever assessment of impact within the Hong Kong university sector. But it's the same message. In the immortal phrase of the great Barry Commoner, the great ecologist, everything is connected to everything else. And I think we can see that extremely clearly there. But just to make it a bit easier, this is an extract from that previous diagram, just for on the left-hand side, it's showing it all stemming from the arts and humanities as a broad subject area, and on the right-hand side, it's showing distinguishing that between the two panels, the humanities panel and the panel for creative arts and related subjects. So much simpler to see what's going on here. And I've chosen this for two reasons. One is to show yet again the same pattern. Every single one of those topical areas where impact is being demonstrated, every single one of them is being reached by creative arts and humanities, creative and performing arts and humanities. Every single one. And the second reason I've chosen this is not just to give you a simpler view, but also because sometimes one hears people say, look, this is all very well, this idea of looking at the impact that arises from research, but it comes out more naturally from some subjects than from others. And it's really quite unreasonable in some subject areas to expect there to be a wider social or economic impact. And it's not unusual to hear people say that in relation to this particular subject area, humanities, creative arts, and so forth. Well, I think what this demonstrates is it's just not the case. The evidence is clear that even what might be thought the hardest case is actually reaching all the full range of topical areas, just like everything else. Okay, different concentrations of it by different topical area, but the evidence is very, very clear. And you'll get more from this, I'm sure, from Professor Delgado a little bit later on. Right, so now moving on from kind of, what is impact and why are we bothering with it at all, as it were, to what have you got to do in preparing your submissions? Well, it's already been mentioned, there are various publications out there now, very important that you look at. Probably not many of you need to look at all of them. They operate in a sort of cascade from the framework through to the panel-specific guidelines. Depending on your role within your university, you might need to look at some more than others in order to get the information that you need. But important to read them, and important to notice a number of things arising from them. So one of the things that's going to be needed is an impact case. Well, the key thing that's needed is the impact case study. 4 pages. So it's not huge, but as we all know, writing something briefly sometimes takes a bit more time than writing something at length. So it's a concentrated piece of writing. To repeat an earlier point, we're looking for a submission that's based on units of assessment, not on individual people. There's a time frame during which the impact must have arisen. There's a time frame, a much longer time frame, during which the research that underpins it and from which it is claimed the impact has in some way arisen, a much longer time period for that research, recognizing that it can take quite a long time, 20 years in this arrangement, for an impact to become apparent. And there is a sort of threshold criterion for that research, which is that it must be equivalent to at least a two-star rating. And I do emphasize this is a threshold criterion. The underpinning research has got to be undertaken at or significantly supported by the unit of assessment. So that means that it doesn't necessarily have to be submitted as a research output. It could be, but it doesn't need to be submitted as a research output in this RAE. It doesn't even have to be research that was done by staff who are being submitted in this RAE. It could be from staff who've left the university already. What it can't be is imported in the form of new staff that have been relatively recently recruited. You can't bring in an impact case study, as it were, from research that was done somewhere else. It has to have been done within your unit of assessment. The point here is to assess what the unit of assessment and the wider university does to enable impact. And obviously the point of that is rather undermined if one uses research which has come in from outside. Now there's another development which is important to emphasize today, and that is that whereas impact is being assessed this time for the second time around in Hong Kong, it is for the first time that there's going to be scope for what are being called continued impact cases. And what these are about is essentially a situation like this, where a case study was submitted last time round based on research falling within the defined time period. And things have continued to develop with that impact. So we're looking at essentially the same underpinning research, still within a 20-year time frame from the current deadlines. broadly the same underpinning research, broadly similar impact to last time, but it's gone beyond that. So things have gone beyond what was reported and what was claimed in the last submission. It may be that some more types of impact, more impact types have arisen. It's gone into new areas. It could be the beneficiaries, the range of beneficiaries has expanded. It could be the range, it could be that the types of beneficiaries are much the same as they were before, but there are vastly more of them now than there were before. So in some way, the scope of this activity has expanded, but it's still coming from the same point of origin, if you like, broadly the same point of origin as it was before. So this is a new feature, and you will have the option either to submit brand new impact case studies or to develop from one that was submitted last time. But it needs to be thought about very carefully. And one thing especially that you need to be very, very clear about is that what will be assessed will be the new developments since the previous submission, and only the new developments since the previous submission. So it's no good, as it were, thinking, well, we believe this was a good case study last time round. We believe that we did pretty well with it. Let's put it in again and just put a bit more of what's happened since. All that earlier activity will not be taken into account. Panel members will have one click away the previous case study. It's going to be very easy for them to look and see what was submitted last time. How does this new one compare with that? So it's very, very important to be extremely clear about what exactly is being claimed as being the new developments since the previous submission, and what's the evidence for that. Very important to be clear about the evidence. No carryover from before. And that's really, really essential to grasp. So in slightly more sort of formulaic, if you like, formal, summary form, what's being required here then is you've got to decide, is it going to be a new or is it going to be a continued case study? The number of them, you can see in all the detailed documentation, the number of them will depend upon the number of people in the UOA. There's some information about that in the documentation. You've got to provide a summary, make it clear to the panel members, what is this about and what's being claimed. You need to give some information about the underpinning research, some references to it. You need to give a detailed narrative explaining. So narrative is an important word. This is about telling a story, if you like, about what has happened from that initial research. And it's important in that narrative to explain the pathway. You can't just say, we did this research and then 5 years later, look what happened. You've got to show what was done by the UOA and the university, how the process was taken from one event to the other, as it were. What's the pathway that was followed? And there need to be some sources. So you're claiming there's been an impact in the world outside the university. So who can be turned to in the world outside the university to say, yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, we've used that. Yeah, that was really, really helpful to us in our business, in our government activity, in our educational practice, in our agricultural practice. We have been using it. It's been really, really helpful to us. We need some sources to corroborate. A question sometimes arises about sensitive material. There can be different kinds of sensitivity. Some might be to do with, if you like, ethical processes. In terms of people who were subject of some of the work, it could be commercial. It's possible, as well as submitting the document, to submit a redacted version, saying, please, can the following bits not be put on the final public version? But you have to put both those documents in. So that option is there. And it is also possible, in extreme cases, to ask for complete exemption from publication. But the case for this would have to be very, very, very strong. There's going to be a very, very high threshold. Because in a way, if you think about it, it undermines the whole point of the exercise. if one can't publish the case study. If the point is to demonstrate the value of the universities, but we can't talk about it, it's not really very helpful. So it is conceivable, it is possible, but a very, very high threshold, and you've got the details of that again in the documentation, and I think you can expect to get some more information on that from the Secretariat, the UGC, in due course. Moving on quickly, how will it be assessed? Well, in terms of two criteria called reach and significance. All of this is exactly the same as last time. So reach is about the extent, how far does it stretch, what sort of communities, what sort of sectors are being touched by this work, and significance, how deep does it go, if you like, what's the degree of it. And it's important to say that what's reasonable to expect in different subject areas varies. But the panels will take account of that in reaching their judgments. And they're going to look at reach and significance as a whole, not separately. They're not going to say, let's have a score for significance and let's have a score for reach, and let's put those together in some way. It's a holistic assessment. And why? Well, because there can be just such enormous variety in the way that an impact is demonstrated. So if you think, for example, of a wonderful new medical treatment that's life-changing, but for a very rare disease, you could say, well, for the people it affects, it's deeply significant, hugely significant, but the reach is quite narrow. And that's if you like, it's the cylinder to the left, the pale one. But you think of something else like, I don't know, an improvement in how traffic light systems works that keeps the traffic flowing better. And you might say, well, it's convenient, it makes an impact that's not huge, it's certainly not life-changing, but it's convenient. But it could be reaching vast numbers of people. So it's a very different pattern. So that's the second on the right cylinder, and you could if you want to pursue the analogy, you could say maybe if the volume is the same, then they're the same overall score, but they're arrived at in different ways. So it's a judgment the panels will have to make on significance and on reach, and they've got to cope with the fact that there's going to be just huge variety in what's actually presented. The cases will be assessed in a way to be determined by each panel, so that's where you need to look at the panel-specific guidelines, as to, how many of the panel as a whole will be involved in the initial reading before the whole panel finally settles on the grade. It's going to involve at least two assessors, one of whom will be a lay, what we're calling a lay member. That's to say a local to Hong Kong, research end user or a professional in, broadly speaking, the field in question. That's to help with judging, if you like, is this really important? Is it credible? Is it credible that the outcomes that are being pointed to did derive from that research and from the work of that UOA? And if need be, extra advice, these impact assessors from non-academic sectors, this could be extra advice. So, this is really to say to you, panels will get the advice they need in order to try to make these judgments. And very important, that final bullet there, what the panels are going to work with is the evidence that you provide. And only with the evidence that you provide. So, you might want to give lots of links to all sorts of other stuff. There's no obligation on them to read that. They will be making their judgment based on what you've written. So make it good, but make it self-contained. There'll be a rating. The wording is slightly different, outstanding, and so forth there. But it's similar process and principles to those you'll be familiar with for the research outputs. And just to sum up, with more of this to come from our panel conveners, this is the sort of thing they'll be looking for. Coherent and evidenced stories. Show why it is credible that it's credible to claim this impact. A good summary of the impact being claimed. You're not being judged on all of your research, just on the cases that you choose to submit. Clear account of the pathway, credibility, evidence. And remember again, activity alone is not impact, nor is future impact either. People have submitted in the past claims about the prospects, not eligible. If it's in the future, if it has not happened, not eligible. Lots of documents, some key ones there for you to look at if you need to get more detail, and do strongly advise you to read those. I'm going to stop now and hand over to Professor Miles Padgett from the Physical Sciences, convener of the Physical Sciences panel, Professor Maria Delgado, convener of the Creative and Performing Arts and Design panel, and then we'll have a question and answer session before the coffee break. So excuse me if I don't take questions now, but there'll be a chance to do so very shortly. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much. And can I just say, before I start, I was privileged to be involved in the last RAE exercise here in Hong Kong. And I finished going through that process, and I was absolutely assured of the world-class nature of your research, your impact, and indeed your environment. And I have every confidence that moving forward into this next exercise, I will be similarly reassured. Now, my own background, I'm going to, in the interests of time, not go through all of these slides completely, but you will get the complete side plaque afterwards. So this first slide is basically just my way of saying that I have a fair amount of relevant experience, obviously through the Hong Kong process, which I've already referred to, but with 2 cycles of the UK process. And I should say within that, I've seen it from every side. I am an active researcher, as it happens in quantum optics. I write the papers, or some of the papers that are assessed by the process, some of them assessed more highly than others. I've also, within the context of the university, been responsible for our own submission to the process. So in a sense, I've been both poacher and gamekeeper and everything in between. This next slide largely reiterates all the messages that we were just getting from Phil just now, and I won't do so again, but I will highlight one aspect of them, and that is it's about, when people talk about impact, yes, someone goes, oh yes, my paper was cited a lot. Well, that is fantastic, but it is not impact in this sense of the word. We are talking now about the impact that research has had, not on your academic colleagues per se, but on the wider society and wider community out there, where that impact might be economic, it might be societal, it might be any number of other things, but it goes beyond academia. That impact that you are having beyond academia is nevertheless based upon some research that was submitted, not necessarily in this exercise, but in a previous exercise, or indeed before there were any exercises. And that research has to be of a 2-star quality. Now, before we get hung up over that, I would say that in my experience of assessing impact, both here in Hong Kong and within the UK, very rarely does the research not meet the 2-star quality. So don't be worried about that. Now, I'm going to give a couple of examples. These examples are, to some extent, made up, but they're sort of representative of case studies that I have seen. And as Phil was talking earlier, it's a bit about a narrative. This 4-page document you're going to write is a narrative, and I've indicated the flow of the narrative, and in doing so, I'm going to hopefully highlight one pitfall where things go wrong, and I'm also going to highlight the missed opportunity where you could have done more. And so in this hypothetical situation, there is a researcher who is researching a new kind of solar cell, photovoltaic cell. Maybe they're in the physics department, maybe they're in materials, maybe they're chemistry. And that research has led to a publication, and that publication reports the highest conversion efficiency, 35%, make up a number, conversion efficiency from sunlight into electrical power. Well, that is undoubtedly a fantastic piece of research, probably a 4-star a 4-star output, but it isn't yet an impact case study. Maybe that research has been partly funded by industry. Well, again, that's a fantastic thing to have happened, but it is an input, not an impact output. Maybe that research has been licensed. The patent has been written, as Phil referred to, and it's been licensed to a large multinational. Well, things are moving in the right direction, but I would argue it is not yet impact. Now, we then go over the first dotted line. The company invests in a new production line. That's impact. The solar cells are made and sold, and I can evidence that by perhaps sales figures or similar. That is, again, impact. This is shaping up to be a really great impact case study. But there's further impact as well. Those solar cells have led to a saving of CO2 emissions. And I'm going to call that a secondary impact. It's not a profit for the company, but it's an impact beyond the profit for the company, beyond the royalty agreement, to an impact on the rest of society. And so those secondary impacts, although not having a direct monetary worth, are still worth including in your narrative. So you've got the economic impact associated with the licensing, the royalties, the production, the profits, but you've also got the societal impact in terms of the impact on the change in carbon footprint. Now, the other thing to say is that all of these, technology development is a team game. There isn't one person that developed the entire process. Maybe your research led to the new material from which the solar cell was made. Fantastic. Maybe your research led to the turning of that material into the cell. Fantastic. Maybe your research was the packaging of that solar cell into the device, or the software which linked that device into the national grid. All of these things were vital and important steps. You do not need to have done all 4 of them. You just need to show that your research was instrumental to a key aspect of that resulting impact. Now, I've given some other examples, and I'm not going to go through them each in turn, but all of them really are trying to mark this sort of dotted line between research activity, which could be assessed through outputs, and then the things that happen beyond the research that will be assessed as part of the research impact. I just want to give this example because I think, again, it is often confused, and that is namely the notion of esteem. And esteem, however esteemed you or I might be, is not impact. So perhaps somewhere in this hall there's a distinguished academic who is a world-leading authority on something, and because of that, they've been appointed to a government advisory committee, and that committee has written a report. Well, that is activity, but I would argue it's not yet impact. Now, the government acts on the report, and that leads to a change in legislation. Perhaps that legislation is around how Hong Kong translates its ideas into spin-out companies. It doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is, just because you are famous and distinguished is not impact. Just because you are appointed to an important committee is not impact. It becomes impact when that committee does something which changes the world in which we live, and that the narrative will explain to us, the assessors, what your role was in that change, in that committee. Now, often it seems that there are many pitfalls to fall into with these 4-page case studies. So first of all, I want to assure you that myself and my fellow committee members truly are looking for the good in the case studies. We're not looking to trip you up. We're not looking to find the T you haven't crossed or the I you haven't dotted. We are absolutely there, wanting to be and hoping to be excited and impressed by what you've done. Now, there is a certain thought process that we're going to have to go through, and there's a set of rules that you have to follow. But if you follow those rules, the answers are yes, no. So was the output on which this is based written within the eligible window? If yes, you're doing fine. If no, it's a 0. The impact that you're claiming, does the impact fall within the eligible window? If yes, you're doing fine. If no, it's a 0. There's no grayscale there. There's no, well, if they'd been a little bit more persuasive, maybe I'd have accepted it. It's a yes, no decision. You don't need to spend a page of the document convincing me that the output was written in the right time window. It just has to be done. Did the research actually lead to the claimed impact? Yes or no? That's the role of the narrative. But again, there's no grayscale. Is there any evidence there that the impacts you claim actually happened? Well, evidence is difficult. Maybe that is a bit of a grayscale. Maybe some of the evidence is more persuasive than others. But now we're into the realms where we are actually going to score it. We're going to score it on a 1 to 4 range. But remember, the threshold on the paper, the output on which it's based, is 2-star. You don't get extra marks for it being 3-star or 4-star. That's a yes-no. The score is not based on the quality of the research beyond that 2-star threshold. The score reflects the impact that the research has had. Again, I've given some examples here, again trying to emphasize a point that was made earlier, that we're talking here is about the impact of the research, not the impact of the researcher. Now, personally, I think this is perhaps the most important slide. If you're wanting to know how to get a good score, let's be honest, that's what we're all interested in. I would say the most important part of your case study is the 100-word summary at the beginning. That is a summary not of the research. It is a summary of the impact that research has generated. And I've just given a few, again, hypothetical examples. Research into a new form of something led to the launch of a spin-out company, which now employs a certain number of people with annual sales of a certain amount of money. So that's essentially the primary impact. One key market is in a particular kind of surgery where the product has now been used in over a certain number of procedures. That would be an impact summary. You haven't explained the research to me. You've got 500 words, I believe, in the document to do that. The 100-word summary is a summary of the research impact, not the research itself. Let's look at another one. You've got a particular academic that chairs a government advisory board. Okay, that's a statement. It isn't impact yet. Their research in this particular area fed directly to the board's recommendation, leading to new best practice guidelines. The adoption of these guidelines are now calculated to have saved a certain amount of money within a geographical region or a certain sector. Again, I'm trying to be as generic as possible, but you get the idea, I hope. And now, I also just wanted to put on another one, particularly pertaining to physics, a subject core to my heart, of course, relating in this case to sort of outreach about public engagement. So, based on their research in a certain area, a particular academic has now given a certain number of lectures in schools to over a certain number of pupils. Now, you've got to be a little bit careful. That's an activity. Maybe I bored the socks off them all. I hope not. So it's important that there's been some follow-up for that activity. In the associated follow-up, a certain number of these pupils have now sought additional information on university courses, showing an increase in application rates. So again, I got a little summary of the activity, followed by a summary of the outcomes of that activity. So it's that 100-word summary that people are going to read first, and it is human nature that the assessors, that gets them into the mindset of what they're going to read in the next 4 pages. I just wanted to say a couple of words about continuing case studies. Don't be afraid to submit them. They're great. My experience is continuing case studies scored very well in the last UK exercise, providing that they were date compliant. So the research on which they were based was maybe okay for the dates of your 2020 exercise, but is it still okay for the dates of this one? Please check. The impact that you're claiming has to be impact that occurred in this RAE period, the 2020 to 2025 window. That's the impact you're claiming, not the impact that happened in the last session, and as Phil has already said, not the impact that's going to happen after 2030. We're talking about the impact that has happened in this time window. Those conditions being satisfied, I'm sure that many of these case studies, these continuing case studies, will score well. So this is just my last little list of do's and don'ts, and I'm really just going to go through the do's. Do ensure that the impact summary, that 100 words at the beginning, is a summary of the impact, not the research. Check the eligibility of your dates for the output on which the impact is based and for the impact which you're claiming. And I absolutely guarantee you, sadly, we will get some cases which have the wrong dates in them. Please do not make that mistake. Think about now about how you're going to evidence this. Is it sales? Is it a questionnaire you're going to issue to the people that came to your lecture? Thinking about evidence is essential. And then we need that narrative, the clear story of how the research led to the impact. So this is my final slide. The person at the front with the time warning will be pleased to see. I'll finish where I started. Be proud of and celebrate the local and global impact of the remarkable research that you all undertake here in Hong Kong. Thank you very much. Now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce my colleague, Maria Delgado, to give the next talk.
Thank you was thank you from Miles, but it's thank you from me as well for coming on a Monday morning. It's really nice to see so many of you here and a few familiar faces from when I was here in the summer for the discussions, the wider discussions about the exercise. In many ways, I'm going to reiterate what Miles and Phil have been saying, but with some different examples from the arts and humanities. Impact really matters. I mean, I think people in the arts and humanities were a bit skeptical when impact came along, saying, oh, we don't really do impact. We absolutely do impact. It's a mechanism for demonstrating the value of research within the higher education sector, which goes beyond academia in shaping the social, the cultural, the political, the religious, the educational, the medical, engineering, environmental, trade unions, sports, legal and policy fields. And impact and its resulting changes takes a wide range of shapes and forms. There's not a one-size-fits-all approach. There's no hierarchy of benefits. Economic benefits can be accompanied by benefits on artistic practice, literary publishing, translation, schools' curriculums, and palpable changes on the quality of life. And impact can be seen on practices as well as on people. But at the core, and this is something Miles was talking about, is the evidencing of manifest and tangible changes and benefits that result from it. Impact is ultimately about making a difference. And research in the arts and humanities leads to impacts whose benefits spill out in ways that build community, audiences, products, skills, and a sense of well-being. The assessment of impact in the UK's REF in 2014 and 2021 has made a huge difference to the ways in which we think about these benefits, encompassing a very broad range of broad church of all the effects and changes that research in the arts and the humanities can deliver. And it's clear, I think, from the reports produced by the Hong Kong RAE panels in 2020, that impact here shows the rich relationship between research and its translation into benefits that make real differences to society. I've seen in the UK, as chair of one of the REF sub-panels and deputy chair of main panel D in 2021, how confident the UK sector has become in articulating impact. And REF 2021 demonstrated high proportions of outstanding impact, which I think demonstrates the transformative impacts of the arts and humanities disciplines in public life, both in the UK and beyond, and the diversity of the beneficiaries of impact, and the degree of the significance for those who collaborated or co-created or co-produced or co-participated or benefited from those impact activities. So today I'm going to focus more specifically on, as I mentioned, on the units submitted to the creative and the performing arts panels, but I think that the findings are equally applicable to other humanities disciplines. And I'm going to focus both on the types of impact and some of the features of high-scoring case studies, which I think are equally applicable to the Hong Kong RAE. I'm also going to cover some of the characteristics of case studies that scored less well. So impacts for the UK's REF 2021 came in many shapes and forms. Short-term impact, longer-term impact, impact in areas where we perhaps expected to find them, but also in areas where we were more surprised that research in the arts and humanities was making a tangible difference. As Phil was mentioning, the geographical impacts, the range of impacts and beneficiaries can be really wide. In the UK, we saw benefits that spanned Africa, the Americas, Australasia, Asia, and Europe, including the UK and Ireland. So case studies demonstrated that universities are often an integral part of the cultural offer in their locality, that they work collaboratively with local, regional, and national governments to address social and civic concerns, and that they are fostering innovation across the fields of arts, cultural policy, and community work. I think it's also worth mentioning that the relationship between research and impact in fields like design, fine art, music, drama and theatre is not always linear and one way. So impact was often embodied within the research itself and not generated subsequently. And indeed, much of the impact we assessed arose from partnerships with beneficiaries, where the research was co-developed and the benefit was felt by all parties. And this was particularly the case in relation to practice or artistic research. I'm going to talk a little bit now about the kinds of impacts we saw, which could be loosely grouped into a series of areas. So firstly is impacts on civil society. And these included initiatives aimed at promoting understanding, for example, of disability and neurodivergence, active attempts to increase and support, for example, in the theatre industry, or music, working class performers, work with migrant and refugee communities and communities affected by climate change, war, social deprivation, alongside work challenging racism, sexism, and bullying in arts and cultural organisations. These reported impacts sat alongside efforts to raise awareness of very diverse or different cultural practices and to develop new approaches to social inclusion at a local, regional, national, and international levels. So evidence of partnerships with organisations across civil society often reflected long-standing collaborative methods of conducting research and delivering impact. We saw a large number of submissions which described impact on cultural life, perhaps not surprising, including individual creative practitioners, impacts on performing arts organisations, impacts on broadcasters and publishers, as well as public audiences across the world. Impacts here included the diversification and broadening of the repertoire, changes to programming, changes to organisational policy, influence on professional and amateur creative practice, the expansion of discourses and vocabularies relating to creativity and the arts, and the creation of artworks experienced and enjoyed by diverse audiences. Case studies also described impact on curation and the preservation of cultural heritage, including indigenous and endangered heritage through innovations in interpretation, advocacy strategies, and professional development. And beneficiaries here included museums and heritage organisations at every scale, local, national, international, and transnational. Technology also supported heritage interpretation and preservation, as well as innovation in fine art, film practice, design innovation, architecture, dance, music making, theatre practice, streaming, and gaming. Some of the case studies evidenced innovative approaches to collaboration and dissemination through, for example, online platforms and apps, therefore playing an important role in developing the means to remain culturally and creatively connected during the pandemic, for example. Case studies also detailed outstanding work in enriching public understanding of culture and the arts through, for example, community participation and curation, innovations and developments in digital technology and access policies, as well as well-devised public engagement activities such as broadcasts, concerts, and festival programming. The most effective case studies were able to corroborate the impact of such engagement through audience figures, analytics, and user feedback, showing what made a difference. There were also case studies that demonstrated the ways in which sales and grant income contribute to the economic sustainability of artists and artistic organisations, cultural and heritage organisations, charities, businesses, and local economies. And this was often demonstrated through increased tickets or streaming sales, but there were also benefits to companies and brands in the form of advertising, licensing, consultancy, evaluation, and reputational enhancement, as well as innovation in the creation and the use of new media formats and platforms, for example, for music consumption or for film consumption and exhibition. So, case studies also in the areas of education, training, and widening participation, including addressing the barriers to education and training. And here we saw multiple impacts. For example, music teaching and performative exercises shown to be effective means for delivering training to nurses and to medical staff and carers. which demonstrates some of the impact that Phil was showing between the arts and the humanities and medical disciplines. Evidence also provided of work that made new tools and resources available to educators at all levels, from junior schools and kindergartens to secondary schools, as well as content devised, delivered, or co-devised for training purposes in fields as diverse as entrepreneurship, diversity and inclusion, climate and social justice, and criminal justice. Case studies also describe the social and the economic impacts achieved by supporting creativity through new technologies, for example. One of the big differences we saw in the UK from REF 2014 to 2021 was a real increase in case studies relating to health and well-being. So impacts were identified on physical and mental health in all age groups and ranged across medical, clinical, and community settings, including underserved and disadvantaged communities. Impacts were evidenced on populations directly experiencing health issues, wider communities, including family members, so not those who have the health issues themselves, but their wider families or communities, and health practitioners, including the training of practitioners. And these activities, I think, really demonstrate the continuing and often the less publicised role of the arts in addressing health problems, whether helping patients to cope psychologically and socially through enhancing care and quality of life, or through direct impact on health policy and leading to very clearly evidenced policy changes. So we also saw case studies that evidenced policy and organisational change in settings including local and national government, NGOs, national broadcasters, businesses, commerce, trade unions, education providers across the globe. And some of this work brought benefits for equality and diversity by encouraging improved provision for vulnerable and marginalised groups. We also found examples of impact on policy and organisational behaviours that, for example, benefited live music venues or non-professional performers and artists, or others making their living in teaching or facilitating and practising or promoting the performing arts. I want to move on now a little bit to what, from types of impact, and really that focus on types of impact was to encourage you to be bold about the kinds of impact that you present in your case studies. Anything and everything, as long as it fits the criteria and the guidance, can be impact. To what makes a good case study? And I'm going to be reiterating some of the points that Phil and Miles made here. Firstly, address the criteria. Delineate what has changed. Demonstrate how you know it has changed. That change actually took place, and it took place because of the research processes or outcomes. And articulate very specifically and concretely where and what the impact was. The most impressive case studies that we saw in REF 2021 demonstrated how clearly the research had led to specific changes, effects, and benefits in the chosen area or sphere of activity. And they distinguished between impact and activities that led to impact. They also substantiated their claims to impact by providing data to support. For example, by providing baseline figures for average site visits and then showing the difference that impact had made with more visitors, by showing visitor spends, downloads achieved by the project. Or they incorporated phrases from testimonials within the details of the impact section rather than simply cross-referencing to the list of those corroborating the impact. They also avoided jargon and explicitly acknowledged the role of collaborators in achieving impact change or benefits. It goes back to the point Miles was saying, that it's not just necessarily about one person. It can often be about a group of participants, and it's important to recognize the role of all of those involved. High-scoring case studies were also characterized by a clear relationship between the claims in the summary and the impacts described in the section that details the impact. They were selective in their references to the underpinning research, but they ensured that this underpinning research was clearly linked to the impact, whether through findings, concrete themes, or methodology. Claims of transformational impact were much more convincing when they were offered by the beneficiaries than when they were made by the impact case study authors. I'm going to talk a little bit about impact case studies that scored less well. And here it was sometimes because the link between the underpinning research and the range and the extent of the impact was less clear. Claims were tenuous, or they related to wider sectoral changes rather than the substantiated outcomes of the underpinning research. Some impact case studies struggled to convey how the research insights or findings that were outlined in the underpinning research section were related to the impact claim. So make sure that the impact case study, everything joins up to tell a coherent and cohesive narrative tale, in many ways, of the impact. Remember that assessors can only assess what's in the template. Don't make assumptions about what might have happened. That's not helpful. We need to know what concretely happened. Weaker case studies were also characterized by a lack of precision in evidencing the claims made. So some lower scoring case studies offered a list of impacts, but didn't evidence them all to the same degree. Or they confused esteem with impact, something Miles was talking about. Or they presented dissemination as a proxy for impact rather than a pathway to impact. Less persuasive case studies didn't actually focus on the concrete change for beneficiaries, and instead they described dissemination or engagement activities. Impact needs to be understood as benefits, effects, changes, or difference. It's not a series of activities. Don't confuse impact with applied research. They're not the same thing. Weaker case studies also didn't always acknowledge the role of partner organizations or collaborators in the narration of the impact. So while research and impact are frequently co-developed or co-devised with partners and participants, these collaborations were not always articulated ethically. And the strongest case studies express this sense of shared endeavor. In less strong examples, it was sometimes difficult to assess the nature of partnerships or to understand how much of the underpinning research had been undertaken in the submitting unit. Some case studies may have been submitted prematurely, relying on predicted future impact. We're not fortune tellers. We don't want predictions. We want the tangible results of what actually happened. I'm going to move on now to my final points. One is around continued case studies. And RAE 2026, as Miles and Phil have both mentioned, offers the opportunity to submit continued case studies. They've talked about the underpinning research to be the same as that of the RAE 2020 case study, and that only those aspects of a continued impact case study that extend its scope beyond that previously submitted to RAE 2020 will be considered for scoring. The UK's REF 2021 website offers the opportunity to search continued case studies from the UK research assessment exercise, although remember that the UK REF criteria was slightly different, so do bear that in mind. There's one example I'm going to give you from the UK, which is In Place of War, a case study supporting, developing and promoting artists from conflict zones from responsive research to internationally significant arts organisation. And it was submitted by the University of Manchester. And I think it's a good example to consider for continued case studies in the arts. The underpinning research is identical to that of the earlier case study. It's clear on how the benefits extend those of the previously submitted earlier case study. They're not the same benefits, they're extended. And it delineates very concretely how the scope has been extended. So, for example, the project delineated in Ref 2014, that project becomes a company and a charity with details on the staff employed in the charity, on the grassroots organizations around the world that the team has collaborated with, and what has been achieved in that period since the previous case study. Tangible benefits are quantified and they are explained. My final slide, COVID-19. There's no doubt COVID-19 has had a significant impact on life. But one of the things that I think was really gratifying about Ref 2021 was the way in which we saw the impact on design and arts practices articulated through impact case studies. Performing and creative arts activities were severely curtailed by the pandemic, with significant disruption both for the generation of impact and the collection of evidence and sources of corroboration. But, I would argue, the impressive range of the creative and innovative responses to the restrictions put in place saw the emergence of new opportunities through digital media, the pioneering of new ways of engaging with beneficiaries. There's some really good examples there on how COVID-19 provided a context for generating impact, providing new ways of engaging with culture that had a real benefit and difference. So just to finish off, the resilience of the arts and humanities, I think, came across very clearly in the case studies presented for Ref 2021. I'm going to stop now, but I hope it gives you an idea, one, of the breadth of the case studies we saw, and then some of the issues around presenting a strong case study and some of the pitfalls that some of the case studies fell into, where they didn't articulate things as clearly as they might have done, or perhaps were not as precise. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Delgado. Please remain on stage. And may I now invite Professor Brink, Professor Tong, all speakers and advisors, and also Professor James Tang, Secretary General of the UGC, to join us on stage for the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
This session a little bit short, aimed to end about 11:25, but we will have chance during the tea break, and we'll have chances at the beginning of the lunch period, and we'll also have another Q&A session at the end of, before we break for lunch as well. So there'll be other chances to pick up questions, but here is an opportunity for you to raise questions with us. We've got the whole team here, and we'll do our best to answer them. And anything we can't answer, we'll get an answer sorted out later, and that will be published, as was explained earlier, as part of a general document on questions and answers arising. So, welcome, though I can only with difficulty see people, and I can't really at all see anybody upstairs, so it might be difficult if you're trying to attract attention to succeed in doing so, but we'll do our best. And let me invite whoever would like to raise the first question with us. Perhaps you could just tell us who you are and what institution you're from, as well as you begin your question. So, somebody down in the middle in the fourth row, fifth row, please.
Yes, I'm Nancy Law from the University of Hong Kong. My question is, here, yes. Thank you very much first. It's been very informative, and in many ways it's very helpful for us to do our preparation. I hear many times that the emphasis is on not the individual, but the unit of assessment. Now, obviously, the research has to be done by individuals as well. So I would like to hear some guidance on how, what is expected in terms of highlighting the role of the unit of assessment? Thank you.
Okay. Let me give a brief answer to that and then see if any of our panel conveners would like to add to it. I mean, the point, as you've just articulated very clearly, is to assess the unit of assessment. So it's not about the individual at all. There will have been some research, obviously done by an individual or individuals, but what we really want to know about is what did the unit of... So here is a piece of research, and over here is an impact that is being claimed. We want to know what happened between the two. We want to know in particular, was this just chance? You know, did something happen quite independently of anything done by the university, apart from the fact that somebody somewhere read about or heard about this piece of research and went off and did something, but it had nothing to do with the university? So we want to know about what sort of processes were followed. What did the unit of assessment do? Maybe the research was done by somebody who has left. Now, you know, it's a 20-year time period so maybe somebody did something, and years later, because it's still within the research culture, within the research traditions of the unit of assessment, people are still working in that area, and things began to happen. So we want to know what's the story about, you know, what went on between the research and the impact, and why should we be persuaded that that research was essential to the eventual impact, and what did the unit of assessment itself and perhaps the wider university contribute to that process? So that's a starting point, but maybe any colleagues would like to add a bit more. Maria, Miles? Yeah.
I just want, I think, correctly remind people that we're scoring the impact. We're not scoring the effort or the procedures or the policies of the university in this regard. It's good to hear about those because, of course, what we're wanting to do is link the research to the reported impact. So that's all part of the narrative. But ultimately, the score that you get will be based upon the evidence that you provide for the impact itself.
And I would say that when you're mapping the underpinning research, it might be that it's just one researcher, which can be very common in the humanities, for example. It might be the book of a researcher or a project around a particular area that then has generated a television program that reached millions and led to the commissioning of a series. That's just one example. But it can also be about a unit, for example, that's working on cultural policy, and then you'd want to delineate the research, the underpinning research of that unit that's led to a change in cultural policy that was taken up by the Arts Council, for example. It goes back to the point I made that there is no one-size-fits-all approach. What you want to look at is what that through line is from the underpinning research and ensuring that there is a very clear through line to the impacts that are being assessed. And as Miles said, it's the impacts that are being assessed, not the underpinning research. What you want to make sure of is that there's a relationship between the two.
Okay. So the interest in the unit of assessment is on their role in the pathway, if you like, from the research to the impact. But indeed, it's the impact itself that is being scored. Shall we turn to another question, please? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Anthony Ye. I'm from the University of Hong Kong. Thank you very much. I think you give us very good ideas of how to prepare for the RAE. But I think most of us, why are we here? Because we want to also try to present our best cases so that we can score better, right? And one of the things we know about significance, but one of the things is about reach, right? For the reach also is a lot of our work basically have a lot of impact on Hong Kong, no problem, right? But the problem is how can we score 3-star or 4-star? I think basically we are interested in 4-star, not 3-star, right? And so in terms of geographical boundary, for example, we did a lot of good work, particularly in humanities, right? About Hong Kong only. Can we, because of this limited geographical boundary, we cannot score 4-star? I think this is a very important type of thing that we need to know. It's about the geographical boundary of the reach. Is it in order to get a 4-star, you really have to go beyond Hong Kong, or just like in the UK, you have to go beyond UK and get a 4-star? So we would like to seek your advice on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's a very important question. So the answer is, because this is the real world, the answer is going to be, it depends. It depends on the nature of what's being claimed, and it depends upon what the disciplinary area is, if you like, from which it's being claimed. So it doesn't have to be international to get 4-star necessarily. The reach will be judged by the panel according to what's reasonable for that subject area and for that kind of activity. So it may be that the research is of a type which is actually quite specific geographically in terms of who may be affected by whatever subsequently happens. And so the interest would be on, well, did they reach everybody you could reasonably expect that they might? And then they'll ask questions about significance. But if the nature of the activity is such, you'd say, well, really, that ought to be international, oughtn't it? You know, that kind of, if you're making that kind of claim, you'd expect to see that going internationally. Did it or didn't it go into? So it would depend upon these various factors. But again, let me turn to people who've been involved in actually assessing some of these and see whether... Maria, do you want to...
Yeah, I mean, in the UK ref for 2021, there were a significant number of case studies that scored 4-star where the impact was at local level. It's really about how you map the breadth and the range and the significance of that impact. And you can have a profound impact at a local level. So 4-star isn't about just the geographical reach at all. It's really about the quality of the data and the indicators that you are using to show the difference that was made. And you can have a profound difference at a local, national level as much as international. So I think that's a really important thing, that 4-star isn't about how far the research, how far the impact has been, that, the further away from home it is, the more chance you've got of a 4-star. Absolutely not. We saw 4-star impact at regional, local, and international level.
I think that's probably fairly definitive on that. So perhaps we'll see if we can fit in one more question before we... There's somebody right up the back, towards the back over there, on my left. Oh, and there's somebody right... Let's go to the person right at the top, first of all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Lin Huang from CUHK, and thanks a lot for having this workshop. It has been very informative. So I have maybe a bit abstract question. It's my observation that many faculty members in the universities, they got into this job hoping to do teaching and research. They may not necessarily think that, as a university professor, my research has to have some impact on the society. So I'm thinking, is it actually UGC's standpoint or hope that professors in Hong Kong from now on, they should be actively thinking about and also producing impact, social impact from their research? I think I would like some inspiration from all of you. And relatedly, another question, the professors could have thought that, I teach students, right? I teach them, I give them some useful knowledge, and they go to work, they go into the society, and they may have done some good work for people in the society. Does that count as a pathway and a possibility for impact? Is it possible to write something that, we have these students, they go work in NGOs, they help a lot of people. Is that possible at all? And would that be good impact? Yeah, so these are my questions. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. I'm not quite sure I caught everything there, but in terms of the latter part, students is part of the core business of university. They go, we hope, into socially useful roles, but that is not impact. But you might be able to, if you want, you may be able to show that through students, maybe particularly postgraduate students, going off and doing things later based on research with which perhaps they've been associated, that things happen. But generally speaking, just the spread of the students of university out into society would not be impact. First, I'm not quite sure I caught, but I think we were asking. Sorry, Chris. Oh, Chris thinks. Okay, Chris, you. Yeah.
So I can respond to the first question. It's one I've heard often, not only here in Hong Kong. I've heard it in various jurisdictions where I've worked. And it goes like this. It says, I was appointed to the university and I became an academic because I'm interested in teaching and research. And I thought that's my job, is I do teaching and I do research. Now, you come along and you say, what about impact and the societal effect of my work? Well, the answer is, it's a bit like a debate we had a few decades ago about teaching vis-a-vis research. Some people are just naturally more gifted as teachers, and some people are just naturally more gifted as researchers. And wise university leaders will recognize that fact. But you can have an expectation of a department or a unit that the department or the unit should be equally good in both teaching and research, even though you do not expect every individual academic to be individually gifted in both teaching and research. And it's the same with impact. All of these speakers have been emphasizing the point that the question about impact is addressed in the first instance at the university. The university should be able to demonstrate the effect, the impact, the results of its academic work in society. And the university may well devolve that to its faculties and from there to the individual units, the departments or the research units or whatever your units are. But that's about as far as it goes. In the same way as a department can be expected to be equally good and be high-performing both in research and teaching, it's fair, I think, to expect the collective, the department, to also have an impact portfolio. And it would be the job of the leaders of that department, of the faculty of the university, to mix and match and make sure that there are individual talents in each of these portfolios. So that would be the first part of my response to that question. The answer is that we focus on the units exactly because of the point that you raised, that not everybody does everything to the same degree of excellence. The more general point I would like to make is that the impact agenda, as it is called, is now, it's not just a UK and a Hong Kong phenomenon. It's now taking place and is growing in many places in the world that I know of, and perhaps you know of as well. And the reason for that is very simple. It is because the societal expectation of what universities are for is changing. Society, generally speaking, not only governments, but civil society, people are very happy to hear that we are outstandingly excellent at publishing results in academic journals, and they're impressed by that, and they like to hear about it. But it's not sufficient. There is a growing societal expectation that the university and the sector should be able to say what is it good for in terms of the lives of ordinary people, which is a refrain that you've heard time and time again from these speakers. So I think the question raised is a common one, it's an important one, but it's not a new one. We've been there before, we've handled it before, and I think we'll handle it again. Thanks very much, Phil.
Thank you, Chris. Very conscious of time here. We're running a bit late, and I think we're still, I'm just looking to colleagues in the Secretariat, we're still going to have 20 minutes for the break. Okay, so I think what we'll do, if you'll excuse me, is we'll stop now. There will be other opportunities for questions later, so if you have not been able to raise your question now, there'll be a chance later. So please bear with us. We'll stop now, we'll have 20 minutes, and then we'll reconvene for the remaining two speakers, and then more Q&A after that. Thank you very much.
Please may I now invite Professor David Rosenblum, convener of the Computer Science Information Technology panel, to take the stage. Professor Rosenblum, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back in Hong Kong and have this opportunity to talk to you about impact case studies. My name is David Rosenblum. I'm the convener of the Computer Science and Information Technology panel for 2026. In 2020, I was the deputy convener of the panel, and then I was a member of the panel in 2014. So this is my third go-around for the RAE. And, I guess the advantage of going forth here is that a lot of the points I was going to make were already made by the previous speakers. So I'll try to shorten the presentation a little bit to make sure that we have a lot of time at the end for Q&A. And the way I've organized this presentation is primarily around lessons and observations that I drew from the experience 6 years ago in 2020. And kind of one of the things that we did as a panel, I think all of the panels did this, we provided a feedback report to the University Grants Committee, kind of summarizing our working methods, the experience, our observations about the submissions that we assessed and so forth. And with respect to impact case studies, I guess there were kind of three main things that came out of that report. Overall, just kind of echoing some of the comments that were made by the previous speakers, the panel was very impressed overall by the high level of impact that was being achieved with the research being performed here in Hong Kong. I think, though, where the panel had the greatest difficulty assessing the impact case studies was looking at that path from the research results, the results from the underpinning research, through translation and exploitation into the final impact that was being described. It's one thing to be describing impact, but the impact case studies need to be describing impact that's a result of some underpinning research. And that story was not always clear. And so as a result of this observation, a result of this kind of difficulty we had, we recommended to the UGC that for this time, for 2026, they try to clarify and elaborate the guidelines, and I think they've done that. And so, I guess the overarching lesson to be drawn from 2020 is that it's very important to read the guidelines, to understand the guidelines, and to follow the guidelines to the letter, because I can guarantee you that the panel members are doing the same thing. They're paying very close attention to what the guidelines are, what the expectations are about the impact case studies, and the ways in which those case studies need to be assessed, the different rules involved, and the criteria for the assessment. And so with respect to those guidelines, I guess there are kind of two key guidelines that I would reiterate. These were already mentioned in previous presentations, but it doesn't hurt to repeat them here. Remember that the impact submissions are being assessed on reach and significance. They're not being assessed on the quality of the underpinning research. The underpinning research merely needs to achieve a threshold of 2-star quality or greater. The criteria for assessment are reach and significance of the impact. And I guess the other important guideline is that what's important here is impact beyond academia, impact beyond the discipline, the creation of knowledge for the discipline. And furthermore, the impact has to be actual impact that's been achieved, not a situation where, for example, the conditions are present for possible future impact. We'd like to see actual impact that's been achieved. Okay? So the implication of that first guideline I mentioned, the criteria of reach and significance, is that you as a university or a unit of assessment, you may have a number of possible candidates that you're thinking about for preparation as an impact case study. And my advice to you would be to select those cases based primarily on the reach and significance, the story that you can tell about the reach and significance of the impact that's been achieved. You should resist the temptation to try to highlight your most prominent or highest quality research if that research hasn't actually had an impact where the reach and significance are really strong. So the primary consideration should be reach and significance, and then the quality of the underpinning research should be a perhaps secondary consideration. And again, I'll just reiterate this point I mentioned on the previous slide. There was a fair amount of disagreement and discussion among the panel members about whether or not the path from the underpinning research to the claimed impact had actually been demonstrated convincingly. And it's probably fair to say, I think, that the panel, in their final consensus, were willing to give the benefit of the doubt to the units of assessment, to the submitters of the impact case, that path actually exists, even if it wasn't entirely clear. But what I would say is that for 2026, you don't want to leave this to chance. You want to make sure that that path is very clearly explained as part of the narrative in the impact cases. So, there are a number of different lessons that I could talk about here, things that the panel in 2020 had viewed unfavorably or less favorably, that they perhaps had negative reactions to. You can see all of those on this slide. I won't go through all of these things. I think a number of these things have already been discussed by the previous speakers. There are three things here, though, that I'm not sure have been really discussed so much so far. The panel found less persuasive impact case studies where the underpinning research seemed to be kind of a grab bag of different things, and where it was kind of felt that what was trying to be conveyed more was the quantity of the research being cited as underpinning research, rather than seeing presentation of a cohesive body of underpinning research that had a clear foundation for the impact that was then later claimed in the impact case study. And similarly, for the different elements of impact that were being described in the impact case studies, the panel were persuaded less by case studies that kind of seemed to be reporting on just kind of an arbitrary grab bag, a smorgasbord, if you will, of small, kind of weak forms of impact, which perhaps the submitters were hoping that together in aggregate would kind of be felt as a strong case study. Instead, what the panel reacted positively to were situations where the impact elements themselves were clearly very strong and very persuasive. And one other thing on this slide that I would like to mention a little bit, I don't think this has really come up yet in some of the previous presentations. This is about multidisciplinary case studies, or perhaps transdisciplinary, as I think they're referred to in the guidelines. In computer science and information technology in particular, we like to pride ourselves on the fact that we're having a very widespread influence on many different academic disciplines, many different sectors of industry, policymaking and government, and those sorts of things. And I would say that if you are describing an impact case study that involves computing in some way, if you submit it to our panel, to the Computer Science and Information Technology panel, you want to make sure that the underpinning research has some significant novelty and significance in the computing discipline, okay? So applications of mainstream, well-understood, mature computing techniques in some other discipline or some other industry sector or application domain are likely to be less persuasive to the panel than case studies that do involve at least some novel underpinning research in computing. So having said that, we did see a number of transdisciplinary case studies last time around, and there were some very interesting and very persuasive cases that were made. So in terms positively of what really impressed the panel most, again, I can just all I can do is just reiterate some of the things I've already said. where the impact that's being described is unequivocally strong in terms of the reach and significance beyond academia, and where, furthermore, that story about the path from the underpinning research to the impact being claimed is very clear. Now, for the final couple of things I'd like to talk about, like the previous speakers, I wanted to say a few words about these new continued impact case studies. Now, unlike my esteemed colleagues who've come before me, I've never been a panel member on a UK REF panel, so like probably for many of you, these continued impact case studies are new to me. Thankfully, the Secretariat, the UGC Secretariat, supplied me with 4 examples of continued case studies from the Computer Science and Information Technology panel in the UK 2021 REF. And so I had to look through these to try to gauge the extent to which I felt that the continued impact case studies from REF 2021 seemed to satisfy the guidelines that were being set out for Hong Kong 2026, and the extent to which they were going well beyond the predecessor case studies that had come from 2014. And I must say, I had kind of came away with kind of mixed feelings about this. Among the 4 examples that I looked at, well, first I should say that the very first thing that I did was to actually track down what those 4 predecessor case studies were from 2014, and then kind of put each pair side by side to try to make that assessment, that comparative assessment of the extent to which the continued case study seemed to satisfy the guidelines. And out of the 4 continued case studies, I would say that there was one that kind of left a positive impression as being a strong example of a continued case study. And this came from the University of Edinburgh, where the underpinning research was some interesting work on audio-driven animation of facial models and facial expressions. It was a technology that seemed to be very well suited to the gaming industry, and so in 2014 it was reported that 2 of the PhD students that came out of this research formed a new company, a spin-out company called Speech Graphics, where they decided to try to exploit and commercialize the technology. So the underpinning research was reported from a group of academic staff there in Edinburgh, and it seemed like a fairly strong case that had been reported in 2014. The company had been formed, it had a large number of employees, the company was starting to enjoy some media attention, they were getting industry awards, they were starting to develop a customer base, they were developing partnerships with gaming companies. A real good, solid description of impact from that underpinning research in 2014. And now if you fast forward 7 years to 2021, the continued impact case study reported identical underpinning research. The academic staff who were involved were virtually the same. I think there was 1 additional staff member. But the impact story went well beyond what the impact was in 2014. The technology had been further refined. The company was now able to license its technology to 9 out of the 10 leading computer game companies. They could claim 400 million end users of the technology through purchases of games from these different game companies, further growth in employees, more prestigious industry awards. So it was very clear that this 2021 continued case study seemed to satisfy the requirements expected of a continued case study. Now, having said that, it was still necessary for me to do that comparative analysis of the 2021 study versus the 2014 study in order to satisfy myself that it kind of did satisfy those criteria. The 2021 case study didn't take the pains to actually do that work for me. And I'm not saying if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's certainly something that the panel members are going to be interested in looking at when they assess any continued case studies. Of the remaining 3 continued case studies, there was another one that came from Oxford describing somewhat of a similar situation. There was a spin-out company, some underpinning research. what was kind of weird about this particular pair of case studies, though, was that the technology stories that were described in the two case studies were very different. It seemed that the company had essentially done a major revision of what they wanted to do, or had pivoted or something, and yet the 2021 case study didn't really talk about that very much. Okay? And then of the final two continued case studies, I couldn't even figure out which of the 2014 case studies were meant to be the predecessor case studies. So, that's certainly something that you want to avoid if you're claiming that you have a continued case study. So I believe I'm out of time. Just to reiterate, we would, as was mentioned in the previous presentations, we certainly would welcome continued case studies. We welcome all kinds of impact case studies. My final advice, once again, though, is just to follow those guidelines to the letter, because the panel will be doing the same. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rosenblum. Now may I invite Professor John Carpenter, convener of the Social Sciences panel, to give the last presentation. Professor Carpenter, please.
It's good afternoon now. So good afternoon, everybody. And my name is John Carpenter, as it says there. And it explains that I'm currently the convener of the Social Sciences panel. And I was deputy convener of that in the RAE 2020. Previously, I'd been a panel member for social work and social policy in the UK REF in 2014. What I should have written there, in addition, was that I have enormous sympathy for those of you who are charged with writing and producing this material, right? And I have that sympathy because I did that 4 times. I had the responsibility at 2 different universities to write out these things, right? Subsequently, partly because I realized that it is a difficult task, right? Subsequently, I took on the role by invitation in the 2021 REF to assist by giving some consultation to people who were working in universities who wanted to kind of learn from my experience. I, of course, at that stage was a sitting duck as far as they were concerned, because I had no excuse for saying no, because I had declined to be a member of the 2021 REF, mainly because I was retiring at the process, or at least I thought was retiring, but that's another story. So, what I was asked to do was to talk not just about the social sciences panel, but to make reference to law and business and economics. And I should explain at this stage that I am neither a lawyer nor an economist. However, I found that actually I could read impact case studies written in those disciplines, and I could understand them. And that's a good thing, because obviously if I can understand them as an educated layperson, shall we say, then there's a good chance that that has been understood by lots more people than the people within the small confines of, shall we say, academic lawyers who were on the committee. Incidentally, that's one of the reasons why I think it's a really great thing in both the UK REF and in the RAE that the panels have lay members who are able to say, well, yes, that makes sense to us, and so on, as part of the assessment process. So I looked around to find suitable cases, and I selected them according to a number of criteria, but I find that they actually illustrated different aspects of this, most of which have already been mentioned in my predecessors' presentations. So what I did was select 3 case studies, and I'm going to interrogate those case studies as I would if I was an assessor on the panel. And the ones that I've chosen are ones that I think will probably have some meaning to all of you here, or should be at least interesting in that respect to people wherever you are, because the first one concerns a very topical issue around the world now, and it's certainly going through Parliament at the moment in the UK, and that's assisted dying, or what the Canadians call MAID, which is medical assistance in dying. Right? And the problem in that area is that if you, currently in the UK, if you assist people to kill themselves, right, then you can be prosecuted because you are a criminal according to UK law. Right? So that's why I'm focusing on this bit on decriminalisation of assisting dying. So the case study is a presentation actually by one individual, and it's a continuation case study, and it's very different from the third case study that I'll be presenting, which is also a continuation case study, but which has been put together by a large multidisciplinary team, or interdisciplinary team if you prefer, or trans whatever it is, okay? So we have a bit of a contrast coming up here. So the research evidence that was presented right, was presented not just to academia, but as part of the work of the law professor who had carried out this research. She had been asked to present expert submissions to the courts and to legislatures, which she says contributed directly to legal changes in Canada and Australia and influenced policy and debate in England and Wales and Ireland. Right? So this is the claim to impact. It made a difference. And what was this evidence? Well, in particular, the most interesting one is that her claim is that the evidence debunked the slippery slope argument. The slippery slope argument is that if you allow certain people to receive assisted dying, right, then the boundaries will change. And people have cited, and they've been doing this in the newspapers in the UK, starting about 6 weeks ago, I think. Lots and lots of articles being written warning people of the dangers. If you take this step to assisted dying, then there are going to be lots of people who will unjustly and unfairly agree to die in practice, right? Because of all kinds of reasons that extend the boundaries. So that in the Netherlands, for example, you can ask to be helped in your dying if you are really upset and miserable with your life. Right? And it has to be assessed, of course, by doctors, independent doctors, but there are a number of people now who have that was the reason why they're giving. And also there's anecdotal evidence about people who felt that their main motivation in dying, right, was that they would no longer be a burden on their families. Right? Okay. So this is clearly a very tense and difficult area, but the claim here was in 2021 was that the was actually made in 2014 originally by the author, claiming that the evidence was there and for the slippery slope was weak and insubstantial. Okay. Now, in all case studies, one of the most important things you should do, in my opinion, is to identify the beneficiaries of it, and to be clear as to what those benefits were and to whom. So here we have some of the things that were relevant. For example, that what the research did was inform people. It provided an informed critique of what the issues were for judges and councils, but actually also for policymakers, members of parliament and so on, when considering these factors. Canada is the example that is cited in the case study more than anything else, simply because there has been a lot of progress in moving towards changing the law. So it has now actually changed in Canada in 2016. Now, that's interesting, 2016, because the ref where this all started from was in the 2014 one. Okay? So a lot of work had been done, but then there was a cut-off at the end of 2013, right? And the advantage of a continuation case study is that you can follow the impact over a longer period, and that's the main advantage for it, in my opinion. Okay? So in 2016, the law was changed. Right? As a result of that, it's claimed in the 2021 case study that there were clear benefits to patients and carers, patients who died and to their carers. Right? So 13,000 Canadians received medical assistance in dying between 2016 and 2020. Right? The case study doesn't explain what happened afterwards, because the cutoff was in 2020. And what it's still doing now is informing and influencing public debate in England, Wales, and Ireland, and that has been the same in Australia as well. So if you're following the way that I'm going, you can see that this is something that where the impact was going to be worldwide, well, not completely worldwide, but it was changing and developing. So what we're being asked to do in a continuation study is to evaluate the further impact that's taken place. That the impact case study must demonstrate how it made a distinct and material contribution to the change of law, which is what was being claimed there. Now, the evidence, when you look at it, is not anything to do with individuals, audiences, or things like that, but it was actually to do with a focus on the judgments that courts were making, appeals against those judgments, and the citation of affidavits in what the judges had to say. Right? So there was a conduit between the individual who had done this research review and the way that she as a lawyer had presented it as a professional, to the people in the courts. So here I have a quotation from her presentation, that the trial judge, after an extensive review of fresh evidence, rejected the argument about the slippery slope into homicide. We find an error, said the Supreme Court of Canada in a judgment that contradicted a judgment that they made before, and in that sense the law had changed. Now the questions we want to ask is, was that a distinct and material contribution made by the presenter, a law professor? The answer, in my view, is probably, right? But bear in mind that there were probably other people who were making the same kinds of arguments at the same time, right? So not a solo voice. I think that the question about whether the impact would not have occurred without the contribution of the research, the answer I have a bit of a question mark over, because I can't find a way of answering it. Okay, next one. Okay, case 2, the relaxation of the birth control policy in China, the one-child policy, which was introduced in 1979 to promote human capital investment and economic growth. Right? So what I want to say here is that the focus is obviously consistent with the unit of assessment that we're talking about, which was economists. So the economists claimed to have stimulated debates amongst policymakers and the media, and they provided the empirical foundation for relaxing the one-child policy in 2016. So the question was, how did this relaxation of the law come about? And what they focused on was the presentation of their research that won a prestigious prize in Beijing. And this was extensively covered in the Chinese media. And this led to further policy discussions. That's their presentation. Secondly, many other scholars, both local and international, and citizens at the time were challenging the efficacy of the one-child policy. A key thing that happened, and I'm taking this analysis from a review by a sociologist and demographer, that the 2000 census in China showed that the population was below replacement value, and it would be level for a decade. And this alarmed the members of the CCP, who thought, well, we need to do something about it, because the other factor was that the sex ratio between boys and girls was changing to the detriment of the policy of the government. So in late 2012, the CCP leadership was installed, the new CCC leadership, and that there was a merger following between two government departments, right? And it is argued that this one was one of the major factors for affecting the impact of the research, the change. Okay? I'm very keen to actually present this case because I think it's an exemplar of lots of very good practice, but I would try and do it as quickly as possible. So the issue was there are too many obese people around in the UK and other places. Right? Men are the people who don't go to clubs where people talk about like Slimming World and Weight Watchers and things like that. Men, on the whole, don't go there. Okay? As a result, they're not receiving what are known as to be effective interventions for their improvement in their health. And the at-risk group are generally poor people. Okay? So rising obesity, they set up, somebody had the very bright idea, and they don't explain who it was, that they could get people and get them involved by drawing them into one of the most exciting things that goes on in Scotland, which is where this took place, which is football. Okay? So the idea was to invite people to something called Football Fans in Training. And this provided, in the football club, right, free 12 group sessions programmed for weight and lifestyle, and their club had trainers who were trained by the researchers. And they carried out research into what happened as a result of this, and they demonstrated through the use of a randomized controlled trial that this intervention was effective, cost-effective, and it reached high-risk groups. The first experiment demonstrated long-term benefits in health and well-being, weight loss, and that it was cost-effective, and that's simply the details that I put there. So, next slide. All right. Now, what they do very carefully in this, and it's an exemplar of that, is to produce a detailed pathway to impact, and that's through the development and rollout of their post-research work. So what they did was, from the early stage, they established a partnership with a charity, the Scottish Professional Leagues Trust, that they developed a franchise model. Anybody can use this if they're suitably trained. Because it was cost effective, the Scottish government was very keen to fund the proliferation of these programs. That there was an agreement for the data that was collected to be sent back to the university for analysis, that there was a training program set up that involved 250 coaches. The program was adapted for women, and that the program in the up to 2014 had involved 3,600 men and 1,500 women in 5 sessions, 5 programs. And the benefits were extensive, both to the organisation that they partnered with, to men and women in Scotland, and then, now we're beginning to see the way in which it was spreading, to football clubs in England, Germany, Netherlands, etc., and then to other sports, right? So the beneficiaries were not exactly the same, but they were the same type of people who were involved. There were enormous economic benefits that were collected by a set of health economists who joined the group. Okay. Next. Right. So let's go one further, I think. Yes. Okay. So all these people were involved, and this is a picture of the people who actually did most of the work, i.e., they got fit, they lost weight, and their lives were better. Okay? And it's these folk that sometimes get forgotten in the equation that we're talking about, that it's not just researchers doing things to people or policy people doing things to people, but people have to respond to that in a way that makes the change. And I'm going to stop there. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Carpenter. Please remain on stage, and may I now invite Professor Brink, Professor Tong, all speakers and advisors, and also Professor James Tang to join us on stage again for another Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to David and, sorry, is this going? Thank you very much to David and John. So that completes all the presentations. We've got time now for questions. Just to give you the plan. The plan is that we'll run till about 1 o'clock. I hope that's okay with all of you. We'll run till about 1 o'clock to give a little bit of time for questions. And then can I also say thank you to those who have pre-submitted questions. Some of those I think have already been answered in presentations and discussions already this morning. Others, if they have not by the end of this morning or this session, be assured they will be, because they will be given proper answers in the question and answer compilation that the UGC will be putting on their website. So there will be a proper answer to your question, pre-submitted question, if it hasn't been answered already by the end of today. So, as before, I'm doing my best to see against the dazzling lights. Let me go to a question. There's one down here in the second row. Thank you.
Thank you for organizing this. Bert Shi from the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. I'd like to go back to one of the points you raised about redaction. And so we're living in a more competitive world, both geopolitically and industrially. And so gathering evidence from some of our collaborators, they have some concerns about confidentiality. And so I'm wondering, is it possible for us to get pre-approval for redaction of the case? Because now I understand that you can submit a redacted version, and then that's whether or not that's published is subject to approval. But in order for us to get some of the evidence that would be required, it would be very useful if we could actually have assurance that actually this case will not be published, so that certain concerns about geopolitical or industrial competition can be preserved.
Can I just clarify, when you say redaction, do you mean the submission of a case study with certain parts, as it were, blacked
or
out?
The whole case.
Or do you mean the whole thing exempt from
public? Both.
Okay. Well, on the latter, no. You can't get prior agreement to exemption. You have to make the case. You'll have to make the case, and I mean, Chris may want to comment here, but this will go to quite a high level of discussion, because to exempt the whole case study undermines, in many ways, the point of the exercise, that there isn't the material available to show publicly the benefit of research. In the case of redaction, that's more straightforward, where redaction will be agreed, I think, with a much simpler process, and as long as it's reasonable, what's being asked for, I don't think. Chris, would you like to comment on it?
Yes, thank you. That's an interesting question, which actually I haven't heard that one before. What I would say is that there is a set of criteria. I'm not sure whether we've published that document yet, but there exists a set of criteria which I hope are as clear as they can be. So you ought to be able, when you work through those criteria, you ought to be able to judge whether your submission meets the criteria under which redaction and/or exemption would be possible. For redaction, the threshold is not very high, so if it's commercial confidentiality, for example, that you're after, that is well understood. And I think I hope the criteria would be clear enough for you to be able to make your own judgment on that. For exemption, total exemption, the threshold is quite high. So if you really are, in your view, hoping to get full exemption, my advice would be think very carefully about whether you ought to submit that case study at all. But there is no process, nor have we thought about instituting a process for some kind of prior approval before submission. So I'm afraid that possibility is not within the guidelines at the moment. James, would you like to?
Yeah, well, that's something I think we haven't had a serious conversation, because I don't think we anticipated a prior approval for submitting such cases. But this is an issue we could have a look at to see what existing, within the existing guidelines, there are room for addressing that.
Yeah, thank you. If you can do that, that would be very helpful, because this would help us in determining, that would actually be a make or break it for some of the cases in terms of whether or not we can actually submit it, because we might not be able to get the evidence otherwise.
Okay. Next. Yes, please.
Hi. Good morning. My name is Randall Zhang from Computer Science of University of Hong Kong. Actually, I have two questions. The first question is about the novelty of the underpinning research. I'm a little bit confused at this point because, say, for example, if the research is done 10 years ago, okay? Of course, after 10 years, maybe it's not novel anymore, right? And does the panel also evaluate whether the research has some continuity? Okay? So say, for example, it is done before this evaluation period, okay? And then, okay, now it is a little bit obsolete now, right? So is it still considered to be novel, or it is considered to be novel only at the time that that research was published 10 years ago? Okay? So that is the first question. And the second question is also because it is related to the CS and IT panel. And say, for example, if this research has some social and humanity impact. So is this impact evaluated by the standard, okay, made by the CS and IT panel, or it has to meet the standard of the panels in social and humanity? Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and answer this one. So in answer to the first question, which was about the novelty of the underpinning research, if the research meets the 2-star quality and falls within the required period for the underpinning research, then it's acceptable. It was presumably novel at the time it was published, even though by now maybe it's passé or it's well understood, it's considered mature. The fact that it's no longer novel from an academic standpoint is immaterial. As long as it satisfies the rules regarding the 2-star quality threshold in the time period, then it's perfectly fine as underpinning research. I'm not sure I understood fully the second question, and maybe
I think I got it. So if I've got your question correctly, you're saying imagine some work done in computer science or IT. This is the research, but the impact falls in a different field. Whose standards? So if it's been submitted to the computer science, if the UOA has submitted under computer science and IT, it will go to that panel. Okay. If that panel, and this would apply to any other panel in any other case, if the panel to which it has been submitted, along with the ROs and the environment statement, it all goes as a package, remember, all of it goes together to one panel. If the panel feels it needs advice from any other panel, it can get it. So, you know, the process allows a degree of elasticity about this in terms of making sure the panel is well informed, but it goes to the panel that the whole submission goes to in the first place.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for the panel's today's very informative presentation. My name is Chao Ren from the Faculty of Architecture at the University of Hong Kong. Because in this morning's presentation, most of the panels very often refer to the examples from REF, UK, right? But now we are talking the RAE exercise in Hong Kong. I would like to know if there are any different elements in this kind of RE exercise in Hong Kong, given we have different, this kind of grants, research funding scheme, the education activities, even the local context. So we would like to know more. Thank you.
James, James, would you like to?
Well, obviously there are some, in terms of the broader guidelines, there are some differences, for example, in terms of the weighting for impact cases in Hong Kong. But I think the important thing is that we have lay members serving on the panel, and they are going to provide a kind of input on the local context, on the relevance and the impact of such submissions.
If I may, Phil, I would just add something to that. It happens that the UK was sort of first out of the blocks with this entire impact agenda. The fact of the matter is that this is not a UK-only type of development. This is happening in a number of jurisdictions all over the world. In fact, the whole idea of asking universities to provide evidence of the societal impact of their research actually arose in Australia in the early 2000s. And it was well advanced when there was an election and the new government came into power, and the new government then didn't want to do what the old government had done. So that didn't go any further until around 2010, when it was picked up again in the UK. But the fact that the UK was first out of the blocks just happens to have the effect that we tend to refer back to that, because it's now the most it's the one that's been repeated most often, if you see what I mean. But that doesn't mean that Hong Kong or Australia or New Zealand or Poland or the Netherlands or any other country that you ought to slavishly follow it. Everybody's trying to develop this on their own, and they tend to come to the same kind of conclusions independently, and I think there's no surprise there. Because the basic philosophy of the whole enterprise is the same. So I don't think Hong Kong is trying to emulate the UK. I think I can vouch for the fact, having done this twice now, that there are robust discussions. All the documents on the web have been extensively consulted with the universities. So in each of your universities, there have been people who've been part of this pathway. So I think the fact that the exercises in different countries tend to come to the same kind of conclusions is neither surprising nor disturbing. Thank you.
Can I also add, I mean, in addition, I think, to the broad expectations and requirements that there should be evidence demonstrating impact, and also the presence of lay members. We do also have local members serving on the panels. I mean, obviously there are conflict of interest rules, but I think apart from that, there are full participation of our local members as well. So in terms of appreciating the local context, at least in our experience in the last round, I think that was thoroughly discussed, and members from other jurisdictions, of course, bring in their experience and expertise, but the voice of our local members and the lay members are very clear and do shape the conversations on the impact case assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, James. I think we have a question from above. Please, yes, up here.
Hi. Thank you very much. Janice Pan from Hong Kong Baptist University. So I have a question regarding the underpinning research you mentioned just now. So how far or to what extent the panel will welcome non-traditional outputs, say, for example, licensed invention, apps, or exhibitions as the underpinning research? Thank you.
So looking non-traditional somehow makes me think of creative arts and performing. Maria, would you like to?
I think one of the things is, obviously, we welcome research in all shapes and forms as long as it adheres to the definition of research in the guidance provided by the Hong Kong RAE. So I think that's where you start. Does this meet the definition of research? And if it does, you can submit it. And if it doesn't, then it might not count as underpinning research.
Okay, thank you. Should we go over down here? Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Loretta Kim from the University of Hong Kong. I appreciate the advice of all the speakers this morning, but I would like to go back to Professor Maria Delgado's presentation and her mention of COVID-19. And so I hope this never happens again and only affect this particular cycle of assessment. But I just want to know whether we should treat COVID as kind of a given, because of course all the assessors will be aware of the context. Should we just treat it like a regular, no, not a regular, but a kind of disruption, very much like economic crisis, wars and things like that? Or, you know, is there a good way, a constructive way to kind of build that into the case? Because I feel it would be somewhat problematic to say that the pathway to impact was undisturbed, right? We all tried to make meaningful deviations and so on. So if you have any advice about how we can work that in without dwelling on the pandemic, I would appreciate it.
I'll come in terms of the arts. I really wanted to show, and this goes back to the previous question also, that we saw a lot of case studies that had seen the adversity of COVID as a way of thinking through how do we engage with audiences? How do we continue the performance when we can't perform in a live venue? So for me, one of the things that we thought was so impressive was the ways in which people, in the face of adversity, and this can apply to a whole series of different areas, COVID was just one, had really thought creatively and imaginatively about how to reach audiences, and that they were able to map that with really clear evidence, both quantitative and qualitative. So I think it was about showing that this could be the subject of an impact case study. And it goes back to, you know, the previous question also around the UK examples. There's just a lot of universities in the UK, and I wanted to show the potentiality of impact across many different areas to say, you've got a very large database there. Look at, you know, be ambitious, be bold. You know, there's impact happening in loads of different areas here in Hong Kong. Don't be afraid of showing your boldest and your most imaginative and your most adventurous impact, even if it's in areas that may appear unconventional. So I think I wanted to just give you a huge range of impact case studies, and the COVID example was just one of those that, yes, of course it was an adversity and a terrible set of circumstances, and we hope it doesn't happen again. But what was amazing was to see what the human spirit and human imagination and creativity were capable of doing in those circumstances, and it's been inspirational. And I'm sure not just in the creative, I'm sure we've seen it in physics and the material sciences and in computer sciences as well, and in all the disciplines in very different ways.
Thanks, Maria. Should we go up towards the back there?
Hi, Will Hayward from Lingnan University. Thanks very much for a very useful morning. If I can just continue to mine the underpinning research question. I think a probably common arrangement is that a unit of assessment will have a researcher or a number of researchers who are experts in a particular domain and therefore producing 2-star and above research in that domain, and also are engaging in some kind of impact program, which means that the research is clearly relevant for the research program, but they may struggle to identify a particular result from a particular study which led to a particular program of impact. So my question is just, are panels likely to say that that is appropriate, or are they likely to say, well, although we see that there's relevance, we don't see the very strict direction from the research to the output? Thank you. The impact.
Yeah, I think we can say very simply about that. There needs to be a clear pathway demonstrated from the underpinning research to the claimed impact. And if that isn't there, it's probably not a good choice for a case study. So it's a short, blunt answer, but I mean, we could elaborate it, but I think it'll be the same thing if we go around the panel. Miles, may want, yes, do you want to say? Yeah.
What I would add to that, if I may, is we as a panel are looking for the good things, not to trip people up. We're all practicing researchers ourselves. We realize that the linkage between the research and the ultimate impact is often quite complicated. But that's the purpose of the narrative. You've got 4 pages to explain how that this, it may not be a single impact. I think you're allowed to put in how many impacts, how many outputs can one refer to in the impact statement, but you can refer to more than one. I can't remember if it's 6 or something. So the impact that you're claiming may be based on several different outputs that have all emanated from within your unit of assessment. Maybe they've had different authors. They've maybe not all had the same academic author. The important thing that those outputs have all been produced within the time window. Don't go back to 1973 to an output. The outputs that you're referring to needs to be within the allowed time window, and the impact that those outputs have generated needs to be within its time window, and it's your role of the narrative to make that linkage between the outputs, and it's sometimes a bit complicated, and the resulting impact.
Thanks, Miles.
But we're on your side. Our ears are open, and the case is there to be made.
Okay. In the interest of getting more questions in, let's move on over here, please. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Christina from PolyU. We have a question about the how we assign the impact case to which UOA. Because of the nature of interdisciplinary research, it's often that the team of researchers involved in an impact case is from different UOA. And so it becomes very tricky of how we may decide which UOA that impact case should go for. I understand that you answered earlier about that they can seek second opinions from another UOA, but it also concerns which UOA is more appropriate for us to submit that specific impact case. So yeah, that's the question. Thank you.
So I'm not quite sure I grasp the import of the question. I mean, the university will make its submissions by UOA. So it puts together a package of ROs, environment statement, and impact case study for a UOA. So it's not as if the impact cases are separated in some. So sorry if I've not understood.
Sorry, the impact case is involved with individuals from different UOA.
Yes, please. Go on, James, please.
Let me understand your question better. Your question centers on, say, which panel you submit your impact case to? Because within your team, you have different people from different disciplines, right? Chris? I think it's similar to co-authorships from different disciplines. Yeah.
Well, you have 2 options. The first option is you decide to go to one particular panel and make a submission from one particular UOA. That's one option. That's your decision. It's inside the business of the university how you decide to do that. The other option is you mark it, and I think the electronic system will allow you to do that. There's an electronic submission system. You mark it as an interdisciplinary case study. Because if it has original research from more than one possibly unit of assessment that you wish to cite, and if it has effect in different sectors of society, that would seem to me to be a good reason for marking it as an interdisciplinary case study. And there is a protocol, there is a method for dealing with interdisciplinary case studies, which is designed to deal with cases like that. So I see you're nodding, so perhaps that's the way to go in your case. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. I think we've got time for one more, and if we're very quick, we may even manage 2 more questions.
Thank you all, and I'm Yuanfei Wang from Lingnan University. My question is, we are in the discipline humanities, and we are currently promoting Chinese poetry through online platform. We have numerous subscribers, and we are promoting this internationally. However, the criteria by which to measure the impact is kind of abstruse. Because our aim is to broaden the epistemological horizon of our audience. However, we have lots of feedback, and also we have been exposed to media reports and interviews. So my question is, should we exclude the media reports, the part that does not really show the impact of this activity, rather than to focus on the feedbacks, the audience reactions to this activity? And further, how do we coordinate the 10 evidence we are only allowed to present to best represent this case, the balance of the content of the evidence? Thank you.
Maria, I can't see you actually, but would you like to respond?
I mean, thanks for that. We're not going to write your impact case study for you, but I would say that you need to look at the relationship. Sometimes media can be useful if it leads to a difference. So you narrate that relationship. You need to narrate that relationship really clearly, because the media reports may have been a factor in attracting a series of audiences, and you can measure the kind of level of the audiences that are now engaging with that Chinese poetry. So that's why it's important to think of impact holistically. You want to think about that journey and ensure that journey has been mapped, because sometimes elements of that pathway to impact are really important in demonstrating the reach and the significance of that impact. So that's one of the things about impact case studies is that, and John was talking about the advice he's given in the UK to those developing them, it takes time to develop them. And by testing out how the legibility of it, you begin to work out whether you're being really, really clear about that relationship from the underpinning research to the difference that the impact has made. So I think don't count out things that could be part of that journey.
Thanks, Maria. One last quick question, and then I think we will need to stop. So thank you.
This is quick. Thanks for setting this up. This is Eva Lui from City University, and I just want to ask an eligibility question. I want to know whether the panel has any consideration for new disciplines. For example, you mentioned that the impact case, it should be like 20 years of research, and then impact, it takes time to be seen and evidenced. At City, you all know that we got a VEC school, which is very new, and now we've got a critical mass, but it's only a few years old. And so I just wonder whether the panel has any consideration for disciplines or research works in this kind of category.
Chris, is that something you'd like to?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think the first thing to remember is this is not going to be the last RAE. There will be future RAEs. If you have a new or evolving field of work, it's quite reasonable to argue that there's just not been time enough so far for an impact to take hold. But then I would encourage you to think ahead, or your unit, perhaps not yourself individually, to think ahead, log that now, track the evidence. As this new discipline or new field of work is evolving, plan for impact now and track the evidence. You could perhaps have squeezed in an impact case study now, but in your judgment, if it is still evolving, I would say you might be able to do that as a better impact case study the next time around. So it's just structural. This is just one of the things that we all know, that the the scene, the academic scene, the development of it, every few years there's something different. And one example I would cite is we had this time around to apply our mind to the emergence, the sudden eruption really of artificial intelligence. In the RAE 2020, there was nothing of that. It might or might not have popped up, but it was not a kind of a main consideration. So this time we rather expect that there will be some case studies and there will be some work and many research outputs probably on artificial intelligence. And by RAE 2032, it might well be something else. So my short answer is, if you think it's too early now, don't neglect it. Keep developing it and have it ready for next time.
Thank you, Chris. And thank you, everybody, for all those questions. If you've not been able to ask your question, you might be able to catch one of us in the next few minutes after we break. If not, do send in your question in the way that the pre-submitted questions were sent in to the UGC, and then they can be included in the question and answer compilation that will be going up on the website. But thank you all very much indeed, and let me now pass over to Chris for some closing comments.
Thank you. I was asked to do a wrap-up, but I can see people are thinking ahead to lunch, so I will just mention a few bullet points, so to speak. The first one is, remember that wonderful, colorful diagram in Phil's presentation, which told you that impact can begin anywhere and end anywhere. So if you work in biology, don't feel you only have to look at impacts in the biological field or in the health sciences. It could go anywhere, and the same the other way around. Any sector of society potentially can be influenced, have an effect from the research conducted in any area of your university. The second bullet I would mention is something that's come up repeatedly, and it's the notion of causality. What we're after is the effect of the research conducted at your university in whichever way you wish to structure it, how you wish to assign UOAs or decide which impact case study is submitted by whom or so, and that's your business. But the overall question for the 8 universities in Hong Kong is what has been the effect on people's lives of the research conducted at your university? That's the overall question, and you should keep that in mind as you structure your own submissions. The third bullet point I have is a question that also came up repeatedly, is what is not impact? Which should you not spend a lot of your 4 pages talking about? Don't spend a lot of time talking about your activities, per se. We want to hear about the effect of your activities. Don't spend a lot of time telling us how esteemed your researchers are. We're quite prepared to believe that. It's not the point. We want something else. Don't spend a lot of time telling us about your prediction about the effect, the impact of your research in future, because that's out of the game. It's not part of what we're after. And don't spend a lot of time telling us about the dissemination of your research, how many people you've spoken to, how many interviews you've conducted, how many questionnaires you've sent out, and so on. It's about the effect. So cause and effect is what we're after. And I have one final bullet. Oftentimes, whether in the pre-submitted questions or in the lobby discussions individually or in these questions, I think what people would like, ideally, what they would like is somebody to give them an algorithm, to say, if you tick these boxes, you will get a 4-star rating. We don't have an algorithm. Remember, this is overall, it's a peer review exercise. There are 13 panels, there are 13 panel conveners and 13 deputy panel conveners. There are, incidentally, 13 impact interdisciplinary champions to deal with the interdisciplinary submissions. And there are 350 panel members, assessors, evaluators from all over the world. These are your peers. They know what research is. They have been clustered into these disciplinary panels so that if you submit something in biology, there will be biologists, etc., and supplemented by the lay members, as already mentioned. You have to tell a story, that will convince your peers that the research conducted by your unit has made a difference to people's lives. That's the only algorithm that we have. There's no tick box exercise for this, I'm afraid. But it worked well last time. I am, as my esteemed colleagues have already said, I'm confident that it will work well this time. And of course, I wish you all the best for your own submission. So thank you very much for your attendance today, and I hope you found it useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Brink, and all professors for your presentations and sharing this morning. I hope all of you find this research impact session informative and fruitful. So the next session on research environment submissions will begin at 2:15 p.m. Please come back at this lecture theatre on time, and I'll see you then. Thank you very much. May I now invite Professor David Price, RAE consultant and environment advisor, to give an overview on research environment submissions. Professor Price, please.
My name is David Price, and my reason for being here is that I've been engaged by UGC to be a consultant on this process. I was for 15 years Vice President for Research at University College in London, and in the last UK REF, I chaired Panel B, which is the Physical Sciences, Mathematics and Engineering panel. And I've been involved in many other UK assessment processes and also various international activities as well in this area. So today, I'm going to briefly review the environment statement that is the integral part of the RAE submission. So we'll just walk through what it is, although this may be something which is quite familiar since it's been involved in many of the exercises in the past. We'll talk about why it's important, talk about what's actually required, how it'll be assessed, and what the panels are looking for, although that's quite a wide question, and so that might be something which we'll discuss more in the open questions and answers session than actually from the lectern here. And then finally, there will be a few links and examples available to you. So, what is the research environment? In the forms or in the papers published already, there are definitions that you should be reading and be familiar with. But basically, it has three components. It's an opportunity for the university and the unit of assessment to outline their strategy towards research and research impact and exploitation. It's a place where the unit of assessment can describe the resources which it has at its beck and call to do research, that is, the individuals, but not only the academic staff, but the postdoctoral staff, the research students, and so forth. And also the resources that you may have won through competition for research grants to carry out particular projects. And then the third element is the infrastructure, which is available to the unit of assessment, both at the university or perhaps in some areas in national or international activity. All of these components are the things which drive the research, have driven the research, but the nice thing about the research environment, it also gives you the opportunity of indicating the direction of travel. So it's underlying the activity which will secure the future research excellence, as well as having delivered the past research excellence. And the areas that we'll be able to evidence that include, for example, the collaborations which the researchers in the unit of assessment engage with, the esteem that they've won over the past years, the way that the activity of the research in the unit of assessment contributes to the strength and well-being of the discipline, be it physics or be it the creative arts or sociology, and the general research base not only in the university, but in Hong Kong and perhaps more widely internationally. And then also the important thing is how the research ethos of the unit of assessment is established and developed, and how an inclusive and ethical research culture can be sustained, because we want to make sure that the research activities which are happening today continue to flourish in the future, and therefore we have to make sure that the unit of assessments are actually planning their staffing developments for the future, as well as assessing what they've done in the past. So the research environment would count for 15% of the total research profile out of the RAE. As Chris, I think, said earlier, 65% on the outputs, 20% on impact, 15% on the research environment. And although it is the smallest part of that process, it is nevertheless an absolutely vital and fundamental part of the research ethos of the university and the unit of assessment. So there are a number of areas which are defined quite clearly in the papers which have already been published. So information about research grants will be required, and they include externally awarded grants, but also internal distribution of funds. There will be a section associated with the people involved in research, and particularly how they are trained if they're PhD students or early career researchers, how they contribute to research, and how, if you like, the human resources in the unit of assessment are managed. Obviously, some areas of research are very dependent on equipment or facilities of one form or another, and therefore the infrastructure that the university provides. And that, of course, does include the library, and it includes the IT systems and so forth. All of those have to be appropriate for the objectives of the unit of assessment. Great collaborators these days can do so individually, but often collaboration is the future as far as a number of disciplines are concerned. And so there's an opportunity in the environment statement to discuss collaborations, partnerships, networks. And this, of course, is the process that may also underpin some of the pathways to impact and the impact case studies, which we will have heard about this morning. And then finally, there are, if you like, measures of how the individuals researchers in the unit of assessment are viewed, their awards, their honours, the prestige, their editorships, and other such signs that they are regarded highly in the international world. So why do we have an environment statement in the RAE? Well, one of the reasons is obviously that the UGC is looking to be able to present not only to the academic community in Hong Kong, but the government, but worldwide, a statement which shows the excellence of the conditions in which research gets done in Hong Kong. Because we work in an international market, the success of any university is affected by its ability to attract the best researchers at any stage of their career, be they a PhD student, be they an early career researcher, be they a senior professor. If you're working if you're in an institution which has an attractive research environment, people will want to come to be there. And so it's it's important for any university to present itself and to think what its environment is like. Is it making the university or the unit of assessment the destination of choice for the best researchers? Because that's what everybody wants to be in, an environment where they feel that their research can flourish, be seen, be successful, and contribute to the good of society. So it's a very natural thing to be able to advertise, in some respect, how wonderful the environment is that the university is providing. It's particularly important today, I think, because it's increasingly being asked, what is a university for? A lot of public funds are flowing into universities, and we have to recognize that university has multiple roles to play in society. Obviously, it's a center for training, and be that an undergraduate, or in this case, we're looking at postgraduate training. It's a place where discoveries are made and things are created. It's this creative environment which drives knowledge, drives the advancements of society. Universities are also responsible for developing thought leadership in societally challenging areas, but also philosophical areas and science and humanities. So leadership of thinking. And then finally, we are living in a society which is being threatened. There are existential threats, both physical and otherwise. And we need to ensure that universities are working towards finding solutions for the long-term sustainability of society and the enrichment and the strength of the society in which we live today. So all of these are issues which can be picked up and amplified in the research environment statement. A university needs to be the best it can be within its mission statement, but also it needs to be more than the sum of its parts. So there's a really important role for the university to be able to articulate how it is that the various unit of assessments it has within its purview, how they can be supported, but also used and enabled to be like the most productive that they can be. So what is the requirement for the environment assessment? There are three elements that are involved. First and foremost, there is the university level overview. Now, this has been brought into the environment statement and is not directly assessed, but provides context for the unit of assessment's presentation. But it's also the opportunity for the university to clearly articulate the value added that the university is making to the research, and to indicate how the mission of the university and the strategy of the university is outlined. And so I think it's very valuable now to have that as a document, and it's the opportunity for the university to show how the strategic thinking at the university can be manifest and then translated through different units of assessment to support the researchers in their university to provide, to enable them to do the best research they can and to translate that as appropriate to the good of society. The second element is the environment statement associated with a specific unit of assessment, and that is written in the context of the university statement, so you don't have to repeat, if you like, philosophical positions or something in the unit of assessment. You should take it that the two will be read together, but the final assessment, as we've said, will be based on the unit of assessment's articulation. And then the third component, which will help the panel reach their conclusions, is a specific set of environmental data, if you like, associated with the unit of assessment, such as research grant information, PhD student number information, and so on. There is a template already being published which outlines the structure of this presentation, and that's available, and you should obviously consult that. So looking specifically at those three components, the university level environment statement should look at the overall context of the university and its strategic vision and mission. So it needs to look at the size of the institution, what departmental faculty structures it might have, and what it is the university is aiming to be. In Hong Kong, there are a variety of universities with different mission structures, and it's clear that not all universities have the same, and neither should they, have the same mission or strategy. So clearly articulating what it is that the university is hoping to achieve is really important. Then, having said that, there will be, if you like, a strategy to maximize the success of the researchers in the institution. Some of that might be done centrally, some of that activity might be devolved to the unit of assessment, depending on the scale. But for example, how one trains doctoral students. What's the program for that? Is it delivered at the university level? Is it delivered at the departmental or unit of assessment level? The other thing, of course, is the importance of training early career researchers and PhD students, particularly now in the challenges of the ethics of research. There's a lot of concern in the world, I suppose, about non-reproducibility, the challenges and opportunities of artificial intelligence. And so we need to make sure that the research community is fully aware of and engaged with an ethical research strategy. We also need to recognize that the world is not the most equitable place, and that's true in the workplace. There's issues in a number of universities in Hong Kong and elsewhere where female staff career development may not be as well developed as it should be, and so questions associated with equality, diversity and inclusion and how that is engaged at the university level is really important. And then finally, there is the importance of obtaining funding. So what does the university do to help researchers obtain research grants? How does the university use a strategic fund, if it has one, to invest in infrastructure? How are buildings maintained to ensure that they are fit for purpose for laboratory activity and so forth? So these are the high-level issues which the university has responsibility for and should take pride in explaining what it does to make sure that the environment its research staff work in is as optimal as possible. But also the university has the opportunity of recognizing that there are expertise in different parts and different units of assessment. What's it doing to bring them together to be more than the sum of the parts? Many of the challenges that the world faces now cannot be solved by any one discipline. You will not solve global health just with clinicians. You'll need anthropologists, you'll need global economists, you'll need engineers. So how is the university bringing together these different disciplines to address some challenges? This is, again, an opportunity for the university to address these in this overview statement. Then, the second part of the environment statement will be a more detailed statement from the unit of assessment, again discussing its structure and focus, because, say, not all physics departments, if it's a physics department, will have all sub-areas of physics represented, and they will perhaps want to explain why it is that they're doing one thing, not another. They'll also want to have a discussion at the unit of assessment level of how they are implementing the university's supported activities and their own in developing maximum impact of their research. As we heard before, not everybody is expected to be fully brilliant at teaching and research and at translation and at impact and so forth, but people have different skills which will be supported in different ways, and the unit of assessment can talk about how it engages in public engagement or industrial transition or public policy as appropriate. I mentioned also the importance of research integrity and ethics, and that's something which in some areas, particularly say in life sciences and physical sciences, environmental sciences, and humanities and social sciences, they have different challenges. We need to think about how it is that these issues are embedded in the thinking not only of early career researchers, but as the world changes and artificial intelligence comes into the research environment, how it is that established academics think about these issues. I mentioned the people that is important universities are nothing without the people. So how do we ensure that their careers are as fruitful as possible? How do we help them in appraisal processes? How do we ensure that promotion processes recognize all of the objectives that academics are now expected to do, so that promotion is based on research recognition, but also on recognizing the enablement through impact and so forth. So we have to make sure that our career developments are supportive across the spectrum. Many researchers need research income to buy equipment or support postdoctoral researchers. Others don't. It depends what your subject discipline is. And therefore, this is an opportunity, the environment statement is an opportunity to describe how it is that the funding that's obtained and the infrastructure which is available is suitable for purpose of what is the research strategy. Obviously, collaborations are key, not only at individual researcher levels, but between units, groups or units of assessment. We are, as a world now, needing to work together. Many universities have collaborations, or research groups have collaborations because of complementary skills or because of shared infrastructure and so forth. And it's a very valuable thing to ensure that those collaborations can be clearly outlined and show the value that they have for the research. Obviously, academics thrive on being recognized, and I'm sure you all have, and we all have colleagues who are highly and greatly esteemed. This is an opportunity to articulate the ways in which your colleagues are recognized. And then finally, because we have the responsibility for the future, as well as looking, if you like, to what we've achieved in the past, how it is that the work that your unit of assessment does to sustain the research discipline and the research base so that it's strong going forward, not just in your unit of assessment, but nationally and perhaps internationally. So it's this leadership role that the unit of assessment can take, which is of value as well. Final element is the data, which you can call upon to explain the successes that you have. And that's fairly formulaically required and outlined in the paperwork. It's based on the staff numbers, the postgraduate student numbers, and the research grant income contracts and consultancies, etc., which the researchers hold. So with all of that information, how is the process, how does the process assess the environment? Well, the panels will look for vitality and sustainability are the criteria that they'll be looking at. And the vitality is, is this a thriving and exciting research environment? Is this the place where the international scholars really want to come because of the excitement and the opportunities which are there to them? And are the PhD students, really flourishing and going forward into the next generation? So there's vitality. What are the seminar programs like? How many Nobel Prizes come and talk to you and so forth? And then sustainability. It's really important. We're talking about block grant funding here. So the money that is being given is going to run for the next few years, but is the department still going to be good in the future? I mean, for example, a department that has all of its academic staff my age, and I've just had a birthday and I tell you, I'm getting older. If all of the academic staff are old and retiring, that's not a good sign of thinking about the future. So, what's the age profile of the staff? What's the gender profile of the staff and so forth? So the sustainability element is absolutely vital too. So the assessment process by the panels will be focusing on understanding the university context, but that itself isn't marked directly, but the statement from the UOA and the data will be assessed either as a whole or by all of the members of the panel, or in some larger panels there may be a subgroup which looks at one environment statement from one UOA and another one will look up others, but then the whole panel will reach a consensus at the end and produce a profile rating. So how that profile is reached depends a little bit on the panel itself, and this is articulated in the panel guidelines. So, for example, biology will put different weightings on different components of the environment statement. So the research impact and the people's and income and so forth attract a different weighting. Each will be scored, but the overall profile is produced through that weighting system. Other panels, business, sociology, law, etc., will just look at the entire submission and develop a profile from that. We have different panel chairs available in the Q&A in a minute, and perhaps you might like to probe with them how the different panels will approach that point. So the whole grading process, as I said, will at the end be agreed by the entire panel, but they may look at different submissions with subsets. There will be a lot of focus on evidence. So if you say that you are committed to, or have been committed to, increasing the number of female professors on the faculty, then having evidence to support that, looking at the longitudinal changes of, in 2015 we had no female professors, today we've got 5 female professors. That sort of evidence of success in application of the strategy. And the other thing is that there will be lay members, as we've already heard on the panel, and they will be used with their expertise as appropriate to make contributions to the assessment of the environment. Overall, there will be this profile, and there'll be judgments on world-leading, internationally excellent, internationally recognized, and limited quality of environment. And because, as we've already heard, the 300 plus panel members all have international expertise and experience, and so they will be using their knowledge of research environments around the world to make this judgment as to where the various unit of assessments in the this exercise, where they sit, if you like, in a global context. So the panels will look for specific evidence on what is a good research environment, and you should back that up with what you've done to achieve and progress that, and what is being planned as well for the future in the strategy. The sustainability issue will, could again be shown by longitudinal data. What is the department or the unit of assessment like today? What was it like 5 years ago? What are the changes? And so they'll be looking for evidence of the success of the strategies that have been implemented. The thing which we will also be looking for is some discussion of generative AI, both in the context of how it's maybe used in research, how the ethical and implications of it are ensured so that it's understood by researchers how best to implement it, and also whether or not it's actually been involved in generating the environment statement. I mean, it might be a brave institution that does it, but it is possible to create an environment statement based on AI. I think that wouldn't be encouraged, but if AI has been used, it would be appropriate to discuss that. And finally, a point which is really important, that scale alone does not necessarily ensure a good research environment. A research culture can be magnificent in a small institution, and a research culture can be catastrophic in a large institution. So scale itself is not a positive or a negative. It's about how the resources which are available to the university are used to create the best research environment possible. So I'll end there. There are some useful links, hopefully. There are the links on that page to the UGC papers, which have already been published, and there's also some question and answer examples already on the website, and there's a link there to the UK data. But the UK, as somebody has already said, is a different exercise, and so there are things on there which may not be relevant as well, so be warned. So at that point, I will stop, and we can move on to a question and answer session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Price. Please remain on stage. And may I now invite Professor Brink, Professor Tong, Professor Gummett, our 4 RAE panel conveners, and also Professor Tang to join us on stage for the Q&A and topical discussion of research environment. Thank you very much.
So we now move on to a Q&A session. There are some questions that we've been notified with, and there are a few things which we've highlighted, which we'll try to bring up in a minute. But before we do that, let's see if there are any burning questions from the audience to start things off. Has anybody got a question at this stage? I can't see any hands. Could you, if you put, oh, there's one here.
Thank you, Professor Price. This is Zhong Xili from Lingnan University. I have a question about the submission about UOA environment data. We have some professors, like from interdisciplinary perspective, he will be an eligible staff, submit ROs and submit impact cases from another UOA, but he's also affiliated in our school. So when we discuss his or her data, like income or project, do we have any double weight mechanism, or he or she can only submit, or we can only include his contribution in one environment statement of one UOA or both?
I believe that's correct, and I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong. So if you submit a member of staff to the UOA, then their data goes there. However, you have the opportunity in the environment's data to highlight that certain individuals are involved in cross-disciplinary activity and make sure that that, if you like, gets noted by the panels. But I'm very happy to have any other comments on that. No? Okay. Yeah, so that sounds like the answer. Right.
Hi, Berchi from HKUST. Thank you for the information. Now in the day of interdisciplinary work and things like that, we have more and more UAs that consist of multiple academic units merged together. And so I'm wondering, are there considerations there? I mean, of course the university can have overall ways of integrating work across different sections together, but within a UOA, I mean, if we have different units that are in there, how important is it going to be that, we articulate how they're working together rather than working well individually and achieving excellence?
Certainly, that's part of the, if you like, the strategic vision that the university and the UOA should be talking about. If they're in the same submission, why are they together? What are the opportunities of the synergy and the value added? So it's very much up to the UOA to decide how best to present their portfolio.
I'm Ngai Ming Mok from Hong Kong U. In the description for the esteem, there is the element of the people being having earn some prizes or being highly recognized and so on. Do you expect that specific references to individuals be included, or rather this be put in a rather neutral form?
I would say the experience shows that it's usually the person is identified with the prize. So, if you've had somebody who's got a Nobel Prize, then naming that person in the submission would be perfectly acceptable, I'd say. So I don't see any other hands just at the minute. So one of the questions that we have, if you like, prepared is, what is a favourable research environment like? And the answer to that depends a little bit on what unit of assessment, what panel you're going to be looking at. So what I'm going to do briefly is ask the 4 panel chairs that we've got here today if they would like to highlight what they think makes a good research environment in their subject discipline. And I'll start on the right here. So, Miles.
Thank you, David. And can I, just from the outset, I'd like to emphasize something that David said at the end of his presentation about scale not always equating to excellence. And I think Chris put it very well earlier, which is, it's all about how have you deployed the resources that you have. That is essentially, I think, an underpinning statement. If I may, just with a slight digression, I'm going to come up with another sort of pithy little phrase. And I'm going to say, a better research culture is not an alternative to excellence. It's about creating an environment which allows more of us to excel. And that, again, picks up on, throughout David's slides that we heard earlier, David was very keen in stressing the importance of the next generation of researchers that we all have a responsibility to mentor and support. And so now to answer the exam question, which is what does a favorable research environment look like? I know that for myself and many other panel members in physical sciences, that element of how is the unit supporting, in the broadest sense of the word, the next generation of research leaders, bearing in mind that some of those people will ultimately find careers within academia, and many of them, of course, it's essential that we set them on the path to creating excellent careers outside of academia, in our case, largely in, let's say, the high-tech sector. So, in conclusion, a favorable research environment is one which has as a priority support of the next generation.
Thank you, Miles. Mary.
I wouldn't disagree with anything that Miles has said. I think it's actually, in many ways, it's exactly the same things in terms of the humanities or creative arts, performing arts, and design. I would say that sometimes there's some terminology that people equate with the sciences, for example, open research or reproducibility. And I think it's about thinking about what those terms mean if you're working in the arts and the humanities. So, for example, something like open research. I mean, it could be about, the ways in which you've founded or written for open access journals, and the ways in which, as a unit, you've been promoting that kind of work, recognizing that kind of work. It could be about the percentage of work that has moved from paywalls to open access. It could be about new novel ways of publishing that guarantee a much wider dissemination for the findings of research. It could be about platforms for disseminating the findings of platform practice research. It could be about the contribution to disciplinary and national discussions or the contribution to training. What kind of training are you offering for new staff, but also for mid-career or more established researchers that may be not so familiar with open research? So I think in terms of open research, reproducibility, which in the arts and humanities we often think about as transparency, it can be about thinking through what do those terms mean for us? Why do they matter for us? How do they help us to create a more inclusive, a more vibrant, and a more sustainable research environment? And also, the ways in which we cultivate a proactive and respectful and inclusive research culture. What do we do to encourage particular kinds of behavior? How do we encourage collaboration? If we're a small unit, how do we think about the resources that we have? How do we share them with other bodies? If we have partnerships with industry, how are we working on kind of sharing resources with industry? How do we collaborate ethically and with integrity on particular projects, for example, on participants? How do we take our training for our staff and take that out if we're working with industry partners to ensure a similar or identical understanding of what ethics or integrity means? So I think that with the research, what makes a good research environment, in many ways in our panel-specific guidance, we've laid out some possible examples. It could include the following. Look at those, see if they apply to you. It may be that as you're discussing that as a unit, you'll think of other examples. Well, we don't do that, but we do that. And I think one of the things that's really gratifying about being a panel member on exercises such as these is the ways in which we can be surprised by the great examples that you provide us with that we hadn't even thought of when we were putting together the panel guidance. So it's really about, in many ways, that this guidance is a springboard for your own discussions about what makes a great research environment, and one in which you've got that balance between the new and the exciting, as well as the kind of future health and sustainability of your disciplinary areas.
Maria, thank you. And, I've always felt that the research assessment process is a learning opportunity for the units of assessment, as well as, if you like, the examination. I'm going to ask two more, the other two panel chairs here. So David, on the computer sciences, what makes a favourable research environment?
Okay, so I don't really have much to add to what was said by Miles and Maria. And it might sound a little tautological, but I would say a favorable research environment is one that allows excellent research to be carried out. And I would say also that, again, based on experience from 2020, I would not expect our panel members to come to the assessment of these environment statements with too many preconceived notions about whether a particular element of the research environment is good or bad. So to use David's example, for instance, there wouldn't be a preconceived notion that a big department is better or more conducive to excellent research than a small department is. I can tell you that the panel members in 2020 read these environment statements with very much an open mind and assessed them on their own merits, and were willing to be persuaded that even things that might, in their own experience at their own institution or in other institutions might not have seemed very conducive to a favorable research environment, still made sense in the context of the particular environment statement that was being assessed.
Thank you. And social sciences, John, I know social sciences often have exciting research environments. So what makes a really good one in the social sciences?
Well, I've worked in 3 different universities for a sufficient length of time to have thought about and been part of people attempting to develop good research environments. And I think the place where I'd like to start with is with the people who are members of the different groups, if it's a bigger unit. And the extent to which they like each other, they spend time talking to each other, that they feel that they've all got fair access to what's available. I think probably it's these sort of small things that you can ask about and just kind of all feel when you go there. For example, we had at one of the larger places, we had a battle to preserve one of the nice rooms that was part of the Victorian building that we were based in, or most of us were based in, and to have a coffee morning every day, right? So you could go in and talk to people and drink coffee and eat biscuits or whatever it might be. And that made an enormous difference. And what made an even bigger difference was when the faculty said that they wanted to take over this room for a faculty office space. And this, of course, produced a revolution. People said, no, you can't do that. This is one of the things that we most value about coming to work. I have left since then, because I've retired, but I did wonder what had happened during the COVID lockdown period, where people weren't allowed to go and mingle in a common room and so on. And so I did ask my former colleagues about this, and they said, well, to be honest, it was actually really difficult. That seeing people face to face is much better than actually simply trying to look at them on a screen or doing everything remotely. So this is the sort of beginnings of it, I think. And if you've got that, then it's easier for people to trust each other. There are pros and cons in things like whether you have a workload management scheme that operates across the department and that values a range of different kinds of activities. I was kind of a bit skeptical about this at the beginning, but then I actually came round to it because, of course, the kinds of things that can cause conflict are that so-and-so, Professor Carpenter can get away with anything. He can go off to different places and so on and so forth. And we don't ever see him, and he's not doing his fair share of teaching. And I wonder whether this research that he's up to is actually any good or not. So it's these kinds of things that actually require leadership from the senior people within the department, people who've been there longer, some of whom have to be encouraged to change their attitudes and so on. At this particular place that I'm thinking of, one of the criteria for promotion, this is across the university as a whole, was that I've forgotten what the expression was now, but it was that's right. It was that you were I was going to say good egg. I don't quite mean a good egg, but somebody who contributes to the whole. So both inside and with outside the university, and furthermore, they talk about it. And the last time I was actually in the department, people were talking about refugees and how they were planning to have a Christmas event collection to raise money, to share ideas about refugees, work that people were doing with refugees in the city, outside their time of university. So in other words, people who are good citizens, both within and without the university.
John, thank you. That segues very well, actually, onto the next, if you like, question that I'd like my colleagues to think about, which I'll rephrase as, how do we best show, or how does a unit of assessment best show vitality and sustainability? And perhaps I'll reverse the flow and come to David in computer sciences. Vitality and sustainability in computer sciences, how do you show that?
again, I'm probably going to use this as a crutch for a lot of these questions that we don't really, in my experience on the previous panel and my expectation about the 2026 panel, we don't really have a lot of preconceived notions about what to expect with respect to vitality or sustainability. We have a very open mind as to how these things can be achieved in an environment, and we've seen and expect to see quite a range of different ways in which these things are articulated in the environment statements.
Okay, thank you. Maria.
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to see vitality and you want to see sustainability. You want to see new and dynamic things happening. You want units to be thinking about how they're driving new initiatives, how they're welcoming new staff, how they're embedding new research areas, how they're driving forward areas in the discipline, how they're providing an exciting and dynamic research culture that allows and facilitates and encourages their staff to produce the best research possible, how they're engaging with figures within the other departments on interdisciplinary projects, within collaborations outside the university with industry partners or partners at other HEIs in Hong Kong and beyond. What new training initiatives are they offering for staff, for PGRs? So I always think vitality is often about the new, the dynamic, what they're doing to make a difference within the kind of environment. And sustainability is how they know it works and is providing a kind of healthy environment to ensure the future health of their area of work, and indeed the disciplinary area in which they work. And it's very much, I think, about a balance. You want the new and the exciting, you want that element of vitality, but you want sustainability because you want to know that vitality is working. There's no point having heaps of vitality that's going to fizz out. You want to make sure it's embedded in and creating lasting change that absolutely is creating a productive environment. So in many ways, sustainability is how you know it's working, and how you're able to reflect on what works and why it works and why you think that's going to create longevity. So that's how I like to think about the two. They're very much in balance, checks and balances, and you need the two together.
The right and the left hand.
Yes.
Marvins.
Thank you. It's interesting, isn't it? Because when we assess outputs, it's essentially almost a historical reflection on all the great work you've done. And when we assess impact, it's a historical reflection and all the great research you've done and the impact that it's been generating now. Now, I'm going to say in some ways, environment is sort of what are you doing now to make sure that that excellence will be maintained into the future? So it's a little bit like, what is your strategy? What's your workforce planning? What's your recruitment strategy? How are you going to ensure that when your electron microscope becomes out of date, you're going to be in a position to replace it with a new electron microscope? Now, you can promise you're going to do all of these things, of course, and that's nice, but I guess what I think makes a believable future is for you to talk about the actions that you are undertaking now, that there's some confidence that you're doing things, that you've started things, and how these are going to project into the future. And so I think that applies both to the workforce, and probably that applies to all UOAs, and then depending on your UOA, it might also apply to specialist bits of equipment, particularly when those are pooled resources. Where's your next MBE machine coming from on which half the department rely to grow their next samples or whatever? So I'd say I think what we're looking for is that evidence that you are planning for the future.
Thank you, Miles. Now, we've had some panel opinions here, so now time for some more questions from the floor. I've got 2 hands up, so 1 hand, sorry.
Hello, Yu from University of Hong Kong. So my first question is, when we collect research data for the environment statement, including esteem data and the collaboration data, can we collect data from staff members who are ineligible for research output submission, such as staff members joined our unit after September 2023? My second question is about time frame. Again, take esteem data as example. Can we collect like awards data from staff members before they join, acquired by the staff members before they join our unit?
So on the latter, and again, I'll ask for other colleagues' inputs. The esteem belongs to the person. So if they've been appointed to a prestigious fellowship and then joined you, they are still prestigious fellows, and so that's perfectly legitimate. I think on the grant data, I think that might be something which has to be on the university books, if you see what I mean, to be eligible, because I think the data will be provided centrally, but therefore it depends how it's accounted for in the university's ledgers. But I'd be quite happy to be contradicted on that by any secretariat. But I've not been, so that must be it then. Any other questions at the moment?
I think, can I just
sorry,
into
John.
the last one? It has to be the university, and one of the reasons is because you get double counting, so that if two departments share people who are working on a grant, you can't both say that you're getting £1 million when the total is £1 million. Do you see what I mean? I mean, at a similar, apparently more trivial level, when I first was trying to get a set of esteem indicators sorted out, one of the things that was suggested that there should be put in down if you had done keynote presentations at international conferences. And I confess that in one or two cases, though, and perhaps more, the evidence that they had actually given these keynote presentations, or given a keynote presentation at this conference, was actually missing. And I knew that because actually it's quite easy to check whether, who have been the keynote speakers at a particular conference. And if they're not there, then you'd have to have a quiet word with them and you say, well, I'm not quite sure what you understand, or what do you understand by a keynote presentation? Is it something that's given in plenary to the whole conference? Is this a conference that you were paid to attend? Is this a conference that was clearly a commercial event where everybody was giving a paper and you could count them all as giving keynote papers and so on? I mean, that's the other side of these kinds of situations. And it's generally a good idea it's always a good idea, I think, to validate the kind of information that people give you. Otherwise, yes, of course you should ask them.
Yeah, but that's why on the financial issues, that's why it comes from the university, because the university knows there's only £1 million grant, not two.
But the other things in relation to whether you're on an editorial board or things like that is not something obviously the university collects, and I wouldn't expect them to. But it is if you're going to use that kind of material, then it has to be there. Yeah.
So, any other question at this stage? Yes, there's another hand there.
Thank you very much. I'm Sue Ng from Chinese Institute of Hong Kong. I think the chairman briefly touched on the role of generative AI earlier on, and clearly this is something quite up and coming. I'd like to explore a little bit more in terms of the research statement and the EOS for each unit. For example, for life cycle panel, what are the thoughts on, for example, the use of AI in the generation of some of these in terms of proportion or percentage. That's one part. And I guess the second part is the differentiation between originality in terms of all the outputs and impact cases, and how to clearly, some of it is a gray area. And it was mentioned evidence is quite important, and how are we guided by generating some of these evidences, which part is original and which part is, for example, AI generated? I know it's a broad question, but thank you for the guidance.
No, absolutely. Well, you've anticipated a question we were going to come up to later, so let's address that now. And I'll ask the panel chairs on their perceptions and views on the positives and negatives, if you like, of AI in this exercise, both as research tools, but also as text generators. So why don't I start with Maria?
I think we've tried to delineate in the guidance, both at the general guidance and at panel level, some of the questions you need to ask yourself about AI, both your use of it in generating outputs and the ways in which it might work as a tool for you in other aspects of your research culture. I think one of the things that you all sign up to in your universities is integrity, the idea of the promotion of integrity and public trust in research being dependent on, public trust in research findings being dependent on high levels of integrity. So one of the things we're just asking of all of you in the exercise is to be honest and transparent in how you are using AI, both in the generation of outputs and in the wider areas of your research environment, or indeed in impact. So I think it's about transparency. Any kind of output that's solely AI generated is not eligible for submission, because there needs to be, we are assessing human beings producing research outputs. Now, that doesn't mean that AI can't be used. It's a valuable tool. We all recognize that. It's a facilitator, but it can't be the sole generator of that output. Equally, it's very clear that we don't expect you, and it's not appropriate or correct for you to use AI to generate your environment statements. So we're asking you to be very, very transparent. In terms of your commitment, you all have university ethics committees, you all make a commitment to ethical practice and good practice and a transparent research culture, to use those principles in how you are preparing the materials for this research assessment exercise.
Maria, thank you. And Miles?
I don't have a huge amount to add to what Maria said, but I think that we should also reciprocate with our transparency and say that we have all committed not to use AI in the assessment of your outputs, of your impact, or indeed of your research environment. So let us be crystal clear from the human. You are going to be assessed by humans, not by computer.
So ethics is a two-way street, obviously, yes. And David?
Yes, so my answer for the CS and IT panel is very similar to what Maria said. Transparency and disclosure are what we are expecting. And certainly for research outputs, the professional societies and the publishers of computer science and information technology articles and papers have articulated very clear policies about the use of generative AI in development of publications and other kinds of research outputs, and we would expect those guidelines of the publishers to have been followed.
And John, from the social sciences.
I don't really have anything to add to that.
Thank you. Okay. Did that answer your question? On the AI theme, though, do other people have questions on that? Because it is going to be something which is going to be very important in the research process currently and in the future. No? Everybody's obviously very content with AI. I'm going to have to figure out how to do it properly myself one day. But right. Let's move on to the next question then, which I was going to look at, which is how the panels will look at university level statements and then read the OA level statements subsequently. So how would the panels consider information from university level and UOA level overview statements respectively? And John, can I start with you?
One of the things about university level statements is that they will be actually constructed by people at high levels in the university. And the possibility is that they haven't actually sold that message as to what the university is doing to all the staff at the university lower down. And I'm not sure how you deal with that. I mean, I have been involved in university reviews of faculties or departments, and in that context, you're expected to actually go and talk to people at different levels in the organisation, so that you can ask the question in a polite way, which goes along the line of, well, I understand that the university has been ensuring that all new members of staff have a mentor and that they have opportunities to talk to people if they don't like the person who's been allocated to them. And, I can whistle-blow over discrimination of one kind or another that's happening. And we can't actually do that when we're reading the information provided to us in the environment statements. Sometimes I think there are a few places, I remember from the 2020 exercise, where it was clear that there were 2 units, certainly one place that I can think of, there were 2 units of assessment that were part of one department. And the tone of what each of them said was remarkably different. And I think it was because kind of underneath it, this is what I would have gone and asked if I could have seen them. How do you feel you sit in relation to your colleagues in the other unit of assessment? But other than that, I'm not quite sure how you'd go with it.
Thank you, John. But certainly, if there is a discrepancy, I would have thought, between the university statement and the unit of assessment statement, you might flag there is an institutional challenge there to address. Miles.
So thank you, David. I'd really like to come in on this one because I wrote an institutional statement last time round, and I also ran a process to support our departments and schools writing their level one. And I'm going to give 2 examples, I think, where I think the interface falls. And I think it's an overarching comment. The university does 2 things. One is it invents policies that it expects departments to follow. The second thing it does is it creates opportunities which departments may take advantage of. So let's think of an example of each of those. When I was PVC Research, the university invested quite a lot of money in a data repository where people could essentially, when they publish their papers, give their data to the library so that the data could be maintained in an open fashion that could be accessed by other people. Now, clearly that's making, the university there is making a financial commitment to support research. It's also making an obligation on us researchers that we then take advantage of it. So the institutional level statement can wax lyrically about how it's created this open data policy and this open data facility, but it then falls upon the unit level template for them to articulate how they have complied or taken advantage of that opportunity that the university both created and expected people to follow. So I think one flows naturally into the other. I wouldn't expect the university level template to go through every department in turn saying how much or how little departments had engaged with that policy. Neither would I expect the unit level template to go into great detail as to how much it had cost to set up the facility. But you want to read in the unit level one how they've taken advantage. Another example that I will give, and then if I may give a second,
Please.
would be as a university, we created a number of research fellowships whereby the next generation of researchers could come to our university to pursue their academic careers. Now, that was a university-wide scheme. It was a university-wide opportunity. Some departments, I will say, engaged with that very constructively, and other departments not so much. But that, again, is an opportunity where at the university level template, your pro-vice-chancellor for research can wax lyrical about the various schemes that they have set up to support research within the institution. At the unit level can wax lyrical about how they have taken advantages of these various opportunities and what it has enabled and how it has transformed, or whatever, the environment within their own department.
Thank you, Miles. Maria,
I was just going to add one thing is I think they should be in dialogue with each other. I think one of the things that was very worrying in the UK ref in 2021 is when you read the institutional one and you read the unit and you felt that they belonged in two different planets, never mind within the same institution.
If I may just add one thing. Top tip. Dear Pro-Vice-Chancellors out there in this room for research, it is your duty to write your institutional template in good time so that the units can read it and respond to it in their own submissions. It's no good if you're both just thinking of finishing them the day before submission, because then you will not be able to cross-reference them. So picking up on Maria's point there, it requires a certain institutional level planning such that the units can, I'm going to say, respond to and engage with the university level template.
I agree entirely with that, and it is a great opportunity for heads of departments or heads of units of assessments to really give the vice provosts or vice presidents for research a hard time to get them to deliver on their agenda. So it's a great time to turn the responsibility over.
And we saw some in the UK where the process of collaboration and consultation around them was actually written up in the documents. So you could see that process of how information filtered through the institution to the units was very clear in the statement.
David, I think your comments on this, please.
Yes, so that was a lot of great advice from Miles and Maria on what you should be doing in drafting these statements. The question before us, though, is how would the panels consider the information in the environment statements they receive? And I think that's going to depend largely on the statements themselves and what kind of information is in there and the extent to which they are actually in dialogue with each other. And I would expect the panel to be able to pick up, I can imagine a number of different things that the panel might pick up on when considering the information that it sees in these environment statements. So, for example, given the strategy that's laid out in the university statement and the kinds of resources that the university is making available, to what extent is the unit of assessment able to leverage that strategy, or to what extent are they aligning with that strategy, or to what extent are they, trying to go out on their own and ignoring that strategy? These are things that I think the panel would pick up on. Is the unit of assessment able to thrive given the context that's established by the university, or are they, is there some kind of problem going on with the particular unit? And is the problem due to neglect by the university, or is it due to dysfunction within the unit? These are things I think that the panel would be able to pick up on in reading the two pieces of the environment statement side by side with each other.
Thank you, David. Just thinking of another example of where there's a disconnect. I remember reading one institution university statement saying how they go out and engage international staff and bring them in and do all the visas and things like that. And the unit of assessment is basically saying it's been a huge problem getting international staff because the system is so clunky that by the time the visa gets through, they've gone somewhere else. And so again, this is a great opportunity for universities to actually fix some of these challenges because we all recognize that universities are imperfect things, and this is an opportunity to have a discussion about some of the choke points in what makes life difficult at the unit of assessment level, and the university should be more attuned to listen to those challenges at the moment. So that's again another top tip to help life better. We've covered a lot of questions and a lot of information. So perhaps what we might do now is have a break for tea and come back in about 20 minutes. I think come back at, get the time right, at 4 o'clock. And hopefully have a few more questions which we have prepared and pick up some more questions from you. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for coming back after the delights of coffee and tea. We thought perhaps you'd disappear off, but you were all here, which is very commendable. So thank you for sharing your time with us. We have a few more questions which we thought would be interesting to hear from the panel, but over coffee or tea, you may have come up with a few questions yourself. So I'm very happy for us to take any questions from the audience at this stage, if any questions arose over discussions over coffee, or perhaps you were just too busy looking for the sugar or something. No questions at this stage? Okay, well in that case, settle back and we'll have a discussion up here, which hopefully will be interesting to you. So we'll move on to the next question. If we could have that. It's there. So it's on research ethics and integrity. So this is an element of the UOA level submission in the overview statement. What sort of things should it contain, you will ask? And so I will ask that on your behalf to some of the panel chairs. So I'll start with Miles.
Thank you very much, David. And can I just say to begin with that to some extent we are exploring this area almost as much as you are. And so Maria and myself within the UK both sit on the UK's Committee for Research Integrity. And so we've been having exactly these discussions within the context of the UK. And I just want to say something that, repeat something Maria said just before the break, that, this is your opportunity, just as we are reading yours, it's your opportunity to excite us. So there is not a prescriptive answer to this question. So what we're going to say now, I know Maria will follow up shortly and say something as well, they're just our reflections and our ideas as to what this might look like. What we would urge all of you to do is to discuss it within your departments, discuss it within your universities. And if you come back and go, do you know what? Miles and Maria said this and that at that workshop, but actually, I think they need to think about it this way or that way, then, please, we are receptive to listening. Now, within that context, I'm going to essentially, without reading it out, you'll be glad to know, just to refer you to sort of, I'm looking at page, I think it was 24 of my notes, it's the unit level assessment of the environmental overview statement. And that paragraph C, was about putting out ideas as to what research carried out with integrity might look like. And, a lot of that has got to do, and part of the driver within the UK, I should say, has been about the reliability. How might people have confidence in the research that you have done? And that then relates to the impact agenda. You know, if you're a company out there wanting to, I'm going to use the solar cell, develop this new kind of solar cell, then you might be wanting to draw upon materials research that has been carried out within the universities. How might that company have confidence in your research outcomes? Is the data freely available? Is the protocol defined? How do you go about ensuring the accuracy of the scientific research record? How does your university support that? How does your university insist on it? And dare I say, when things go wrong, what's the procedure by which your university addresses it? And something that, you know, Maria and I are always very careful within the UK is, you know, when we do have cases of research fabrication, of course, is that when that is reported, that's not a failure. That's the system working, dear minister, dear politician. Do not add them up as somehow some bad metric. It's actually a good metric that we are being more transparent about our results, and when problems arise, we are being transparent about how we address and resolve those problems. So I haven't just read out the guidelines, but I do urge you to read the guidelines, but be inspired by those guidelines. Don't take them as a gospel tick box exercise that you have to address tick by tick.
Miles, thank you. And so, Maria, from the other end of the spectrum of study.
Yeah, I mean, here in Hong Kong, you've got the Hong Kong principles, of course, which were developed as part of the 6th World Congress on Research Integrity in 2019, and I know a number of the universities here see those principles as a kind of core element when thinking about their own policies on ethics and integrity. And I think it goes back to something I said earlier, which is when we all want our research to matter, to make a difference, to change things, even if it's just small things, to be cited and respected and drawn on in our discipline, or indeed beyond our discipline. And when it's conducted with integrity, fellow academics and the public can have trust in those findings. It's fundamental to our belief that research has an important role to play in addressing kind of key challenges that we face. So I think, you know, when we're thinking about integrity, you know, obviously documents like the Hong Kong Principles can be really important as a way of thinking through what you do and how you do it, both at institutional level and at UOA level or disciplinary level, but also recognizing that there are different practices in the arts and humanities. So, for example, reproducibility isn't so relevant in the arts and humanities. We often talk about transparency, the transparency of the methodology. What kind of training is happening for early career researchers, for researchers across the board, around, for example, co-working ethically and collegially on participant design, co-design of research? What are you doing to ensure that your results are trustworthy? How are you promoting honesty, care and respect? Rigor, what does rigor look like in practice research, for example? What kind of training are you offering in that area? For, you know, ethnographic studies, for example, or participatory research, what kind of data availability might you have? How are you ensuring that that's placed in the public domain? And if it's not, there may be very good reasons why it can't be. But again, it's about explaining that. You may be, for example, working on training programs in the arts and in creative arts research around integrity, which you're using, working with across a range of institutions or a range of industry partners. You may be delivering training to a range of institutions. All of these are elements of a research culture that's alert to why integrity matters. So again here, I think this is such
such a space where there's so many new initiatives coming on board. It's a real chance for you to show what you're doing in this area that is vital and dynamic and exciting, but also how you're using it to ensure that you can build up the trust over years and decades in the research that you produce.
Wonderful, thank you. And I mentioned that one of the roles of universities is thought leadership, and Hong Kong's community has got a great opportunity here of being at the crest of the wave, or before the wave breaks. I'm going to move on to David on computer sciences and IT. Computer sciences is probably generating lots of opportunities for challenges about research ethics, with possible dual-use activity with social media and things like that. So David, how does your community approach this?
So I guess in addition to the things that Miles and Maria just said, one thing I would observe is that if your university is like mine, you probably have an Office of Research Integrity whose responsibility is to monitor compliance with ethical behavior in research, compliance with any relevant regulations and laws, and to ensure that academic staff are aware of what those things are and that they periodically receive training on these things. So for example, every academic, every PhD student, every postdoc, every research student in my university has to do an annual training in export control to make sure that they're aware of the latest regulations and laws that are relevant to export control, not just of equipment or whatever it might be, but also intellectual property. There are other things that come up here, things like participation in overseas talent schemes. These are things that are currently of great concern to the U.S. government and also to universities that rely on federal funding and are at risk of losing that funding if they don't comply with the regulations. Situations where there might be problems with certain overseas collaborators. This office can provide advice. They can do background checks on overseas collaborators. A lot of this might sound kind of dictatorial in nature, but and a lot of it certainly is driven by the climate in the U.S. But in general, there's a whole operation within my university, and I suspect probably most, if not all, of the universities here, where there's a great deal of attention that's paid to the issue of research ethics and research integrity, and it would be good to understand what's being done about that in these environment statements that we get both from the university level as well as anything that might be relevant at the UOA level. In terms of how these kinds of questions come up in computer science, I'm not sure I could there's really a lot of useful things that I could say about that, but you know, some of this revolves, I suppose, around generative AI and the use or proper or improper use of generative AI in conducting research. There are also things that we see quite a bit of in computer science that I suspect are not unique to computer science, things like citation cartels. I'm not sure what an environment statement might say about citation cartels other than to say, well, you know, we make sure that our people don't participate in those, but yeah.
Thank you. And John, social scientists have for a long time been totally committed to the ethical considerations in social science research and so forth. How would you have anything to add to this discussion?
Well, I suppose one thing that is, I think, increasingly common across a number of social sciences is interaction with formal systems that have been established in medicine. So I personally did a lot of research on in that particular area, which meant that I had to go to a medical research board for ethical scrutiny and review of it. And that meant that things could get slightly complicated, because if we had two, as in one case I'm thinking of, we had two universities involved in a partnership doing the research. There was expectation from both universities that we submitted to their research ethics committees, and this seemed to be the sort of thing that became difficult when the research committees were saying different things about what should be done, how it should be done, and so on. And occasionally you'd come across situations in which social scientists weren't used to having research, because their rules were slightly different internally. Yes, it involves humans, but it's not likely to do them any damage, therefore we don't have to put it through a research ethics committee. Those kind of debates can make it complicated. In practice, the university that I worked in were actually quite strong on this, and what we were able to do was actually to negotiate that one research ethics committee would actually deal with it, and the others would agree that this is what they would do. So that's particularly the case between universities. It's, University A and B, if they're, they basically should be doing the same thing. So one of them should just accept what the other has been doing.
So certainly in submissions, UOAs are doing collaboration, say internationally or with other countries, making sure that the ethical standards and considerations of both countries are recognised is an important thing to highlight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Miles.
Can I just pick up on something that David said, which really resonated very strongly with me when he made reference to the fact that many universities, including his own, have an Office for Research Integrity, and indeed I'm sure that's the case. And so here we see another classic example of where there is an opportunity or danger that the unit level template and the institutional level template need to be consistent with each other. That this is a perfect example of how the university level template can articulate a policy or a requirement, and then so that's the university level template, and then how the unit level template can discuss how it implements that policy with the nuance of the subject that Maria was talking about in terms of terms like reproducibility, which someone like myself and David would sort of go, oh yeah, I understand what that means, but reflecting on how that, in the case of Maria, the better word might be transparency. And again, that's a fantastic opportunity for the unit level template and the institutional level template to interface and amplify each other.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience on this area of ethics? And yes, sir, I have a hand here.
Hi, David Palmer from the University of Hong Kong. So most of the comments on research ethics and integrity really seem to relate to university level ethics policies and the importance of research ethics and integrity. But at a unit level, I mean, when we're actually writing the statement, so we're going to be writing that we're following the university ethics policy, we're undergoing all these ethics reviews, we're having trainings, we're having discussions on this. I mean, isn't that something that any UOA would do? And so aren't we just going to be wasting space on our report, writing things that, obviously everybody is going to be doing their best to follow research ethics and integrity. So what would be examples of distinctive and unique forms of research ethics and integrity in a unit, in a UOA?
I'll let the panel members sort of digest that for a minute, but one thing which in my institution that we started to do proactively was to introduce e-lab notebooks so that you could actually have documentary evidence of protocols and so forth, so that if there was a reproducibility issue, these things could be evidenced. And so there are proactive things you can do to enable if you like, some of those policies to be evidenced and add value to the research environment. That's in the physical sciences area, at least. Miles?
An excellent point. We can all write motherhood and apple pie, if that expression translates into the Hong Kong. We can all write motherhood and apple pie statements. So let's just brainstorm for a moment what statements might look like. And again, might, if you have better statements, that's fine. So we spoke earlier about how a university might say that it has made available a data repository that will enable transparency of its research results for the wider community. The unit-level response might be, well, we submitted 100 papers to the Hong Kong REF exercise, and 94% of those contained data availability statements. That would be a way in which one could illustrate that you were engaging with the university policy and that you were taking positive action to amplify that transparency. Now, clearly, I made up that number from nowhere. Benchmarking is difficult, but the longitudinal data, you all have access to that. So at the beginning of assessment period, 20% of your papers had data availability statements. At the end of the assessment period, 60% of your paper had data availability statements. I'm just taking another hobby horse, and again, these are just illustrative. They're not the gold standard of tick boxes. Author contribution statements. Now, I would argue author contribution statements are important for many reasons. One reason is to acknowledge the expertise that different people, often junior researchers, brought to the publication. You know, there can only be one first author, or whatever. There can only be one last author. But there can be an author contribution statement which details the contributions that people made at different points of the research. Now, push comes to shove, that's also an accountability statement should there then be a problem regarding the reproducibility of the data. Now, I'm not saying that those are the gold standards, and clearly in different subjects there are different things, but you asked a very direct question, which is what is a department going to write that isn't simply a motherhood and apple pie re-echoing of the institutional level statement. Those are two examples which you may feel are appropriate to engage with. There are other examples too.
I mean, a couple of examples from me, just written down, you know, coming from Miles, and I'd agree with all of the examples that Miles has given. For example, you may have members of staff that have contributed to writing the institutional policies in the unit of assessment, where, you know, there might not have been any examples from the arts and humanities, and then they were rewritten during this REF period, and they have examples, and you can palpably show your contribution to that institutional set of guidance. You could be responsible for training within your unit as well as within the institution. You could be responsible for training with industry partners, you know, taking best practice. You could have provided guidance on what participatory research, good guidance for participatory research and equitable partnerships means, which you didn't have for the last RAE, but you've got for this RAE. You could contribute to guidance, you know, that all your grants going forward in the unit of assessment now have a really clear statement on integrity and how you're going to ensure high levels of integrity. Your training for PIs could include, if you haven't had it previously, training on integrity, on leadership and integrity. So these are just indicative, as Mars was saying. But I think, you know, in many ways, that's just to get the ball rolling. You'll come up with lots of other ways of thinking through. But I think this is one way in which, again, that dialogue with the institution, if you think you're doing something really great within your unit, share it within the institution.
Maria, thank you. John and David, do you have anything to add to that?
I think one bit is that don't leave anything out just because you think everybody else is going to write it, because the danger is that they'll look at it and say, oh, these people didn't have a departmental ethics committee that would be dealing with these things and this being answerable to such and such. And that comes from a tick box mentality, but in a way, you know, if you fall foul of that, if you don't say that you're doing something, people will think you're not doing it, and you could be, you'd lose your point for that.
David? Nothing really to add. You know, again, I'm a little bit hard pressed to think of CSIT specific things that might naturally be discussed in a UOA level statement, but you know, maybe just to add to some of the examples that have already been mentioned, if you know, when you're recruiting PhD students and recruiting new faculty and postdocs, perhaps your department, your UOA, provides some mentoring to these new people, mentoring about conduct of research, mentoring about how to get grants and that sort of thing. And perhaps ethics is one of the topics that comes up in that mentoring that you do. It's just another example of where something might crop up at the UOA level.
Thank you. Any other questions on that, on the ethical and the transparencies point of view? No? Okay, so over coffee, I heard a sort of conversation, well, this is apocryphal because I didn't, but I could imagine I did. Somebody saying, my unit has £10 million of research grant income, but the guys down the road, they have £70 million worth of research grant income. They must be better than we are. How are we going to get round that? And my instinct is they aren't necessarily better, but I'm going to ask the panel chairs to illustrate that. And if money isn't the appropriate unit, Maria, you can think of something which is equivalent to the dollar question.
I always think it's not how much money you have, it's what you do with it. It's not how brilliant your facilities are. What do you do with the facilities? If they're empty for 40% of the time, then perhaps you're not really using them to promote excellence in research as robustly as you might be. So I think, you know, some units have 90 FTEs and some have 9 FTEs. What excellence looks like in each of those is going to be nuanced and different. It's about telling your story as a unit, thinking about breaking down what finance infrastructure looks like and how that is used to produce the very best context for your researchers possible that will enable them to do the best research possible, the most excellent research possible. And that story is going to be different for each and every one of your institutions. So I always think it's not great to say they've got 70 and we've only got 10. What are you doing with your 10? How are you using that? How are you investing it really wisely to create the most brilliant research environment possible? That's the story we want to hear, evidenced and illustrated.
Excellent. As always, Maria, thank you. Miles.
Thank you, David. So there's a few levels to tackle the money on, and I would say my experience within the UK system is that when you divide the grant income by the FTE, there actually isn't that much difference between one institution and any other institution. So the first thing is the grant income alone is almost a meaningless number. At the very least, I need to divide it by the number of staff. And even then, that's just the beginning. Because if I'm a theoretical physicist, I don't need the same kind of resourcing that someone who is perhaps an epitaxial growth engineer that's growing the latest 3.5 semiconductors. The question really is, are you resourced? Have you been successful in acquiring the resource that you need to do and deliver the research you're doing to a high standard and a high quality? Maybe you are a user of international facilities. You know, telescope time is really valuable. time on the LHC or CERN is really valuable, but that's not going to show up directly in a grant number model. So all that access to infrastructure, maybe you actually have access to the infrastructure of your industrial collaborator and you're using their facilities. So I think I would be very, very, and indeed I think we all are, very mindful of absolutely not using grant income in any kind of algorithmic way to ascertain the star rating of someone's environment. Are you using the resources you have to a high standard, as Maria has said? Are you accessing, either through grant income or through facility use or in kind, the facilities you need to do the research? That's what's important, not just the money.
And David, similar story from CS?
Yes, similar story. You know, in some ways, I think this question is kind of a variant of the point you made in your presentation about scale, that bigger is not necessarily better. You know, just to pick up on the point that Miles just made about research income, as a department chair, at my university, I get monthly reports of actually 4 numbers related to research: the value of proposals that are being submitted, the values of new awards that have been made, the amount of overheads that have been generated, and the amount of research expenditures. And it's really the research expenditures, I think, that's the most important number. This is the number that essentially says what you're doing with the money, the thing that Maria said. And as a department chair, of course, I take the number of faculty and divide by the amount of research expenditures, and that gives me a sense of the level of research activity, the average level of research activity that I see among the faculty in my department. But you know, it's a very, you know, I guess the point of this is that looking at monetary aspects of research is a very kind of complicated and very nuanced issue, and shouldn't just be looked in very simplistic terms to say that more is always better.
Thank you. And John, is more better in social sciences?
Not necessarily, again, I would agree with that, of course. Yes, there are equivalents to the people who do theoretical physics in many of the social sciences. On the other hand, there's people who are doing massive surveys of whole populations in order to discover social attitudes about this, that, and the other, and they do cost millions of pounds, and they get funded for that, and one is not better than, the outputs of one is not necessarily better than the other, certainly not in relation to the criteria that is used in the RAE. So, you know, theoretical papers developing new concepts in sociology, for example, are, if they're really new, they're original, they're rigorously argued. And what's the other criteria we're on about? Did I say, I said originality, rigor, and heavens, I had a brainwave. What's the other criteria for outputs? Significance. Significance, thank you, significance, thank you. So, yes, that's the answer.
Thank you. And the other thing, I guess, is that for smaller units, sometimes they play an important role in the university in interdisciplinary areas and so forth. And again, it's an opportunity in the institutional environment statement for the institution to indicate how it tries to orchestrate the potential synergies between units of assessment so that small but vital in not only their own activity but cross-cutting activities can also be brought out in a university statement too. Okay, I think we've got one sort of more question on the screen, if we can find that. Yes, which is basically coming round to the nuts and bolts, the final question is, how are the panel chairs and their members going to actually come up with an assessment for an environment statement? We've seen that some of the panels will work on assessing the different components separately and then coming up with an aggregate score. Others are going to do it as a whole. And so I'll ask each panel chair now to indicate their thinking about how this process will work for their panel. And on this one, John, I'll start with you because you're taking the whole thing as a whole, I think, if that's right.
That's quite correct, and that was what was done last time in the RAE here, and what was done in REF for the social sciences as a panel rather than the sub-panels of the different subjects and so on. Why should we do it that way? Well, I think it's personally I like it because it's more straightforward, and from a technical point of view, what you're doing is trying to translate this into a a 5-point scale, including the ones, and it's. I mean, it's possible, I suppose, that some people work out some complicated mathematics to ensure that this does end up with an unequivocal, this is a 3 or this is a 4. But very often we're actually trying to decide between 3s and 4s or 2s and 3s or something. And I think it's taking it too far to reckon that you can actually do that in a given the tools that we've got available. So I think in practice what happened last time, what I expect to happen this time, is that we will allocate the environment statements to a mixture. So in other words, it wouldn't just be the sociologists looking at something from sociology departments, but they would, there may be 2 sociologists on the group that's looking at it, but there will certainly be people from other disciplines, and we've got 6 of them within social sciences, so there will be opportunities to do this, and it certainly worked last time. And we'd have lay people who are involved in this process as well, and particularly if they've had experience in some stage in academic or quasi-academic kinds of exercises, or indeed in organisations. So if we can recruit sufficient numbers of those people, they would take part in that as well.
Thank you. And in computer sciences, David, how are you going to do it there?
Okay, so our panel is one of the panels that uses weights for the different elements of the environment statement. And I think the thinking behind using weights is that we wouldn't necessarily expect a UOA to excel in all of the different elements of an environment. And using weights allows us to reward the UOA for those elements at which they're able to excel. Okay, and in terms of the way these statements are actually assessed by the panel, if we follow the practice we used in 2020, we'll probably have every single panel member read and assess every single environment statement. And this allows us to get a broad range of perspectives about what constitutes a favorable environment for doing research. But it also allows for ample discussion and kind of trading off what different people's experiences are. I can tell you, for example, that there are, last time around we had some panel members who were very grateful that they'd never had to answer the call to do an administrative or leadership role, but as a consequence of that, they also felt that they didn't really have the confidence or the expertise, the qualification, if you will, to be able to assess things related to budgets or human resource development or procurement of equipment or whatever it might be. And so they would tend to defer to other people on the panel that did have that kind of experience. And so as a result of the discussion, we were able to come up with weighted profiles, essentially, of the assessment of the environment statements. And this was done through a fairly extensive process of deliberation among all of the different panel members.
Thank you. Maria, again, a different culture. How are you going to do it?
So our guidance
delineates how we're going to subdivide the environment statement. So we've got 10% for research and impact strategy, 10% for research ethics and research integrity, 25% people, 25% income, infrastructure and facilities, 10% collaboration, 10% esteem, and 10% contribution to the discipline or research base. And one of the reasons, and we had a discussion as a panel about this, one of the reasons we did divide it up is that we think it's really important that each of those elements is given due consideration, and that it might be easier, might not be, in our disciplines to say, well, actually, research ethics and research integrity, it's not really so relevant. Income is not really so relevant, so we'll give it a couple of sentences and that's it. But actually, we think it's really important to think about what that means for our discipline. What kind of thought leadership is coming in these areas from the research leaders in the field at all levels? And we felt that by delineating it out, it's really about each of these elements is a core component of a research culture. And we think that it's a way of reiterating that in terms of arts and design research. So, you know, in terms of income and infrastructure, it might be about grants that come from commissions for artistic research, for example, that you can narrate in that statement and that are fundamental. A commission from the Berlin Philharmonic or an orchestra here in Hong Kong may be absolutely key to realizing a research project, and it allows you to delineate that. So it's really about you know, encouraging you to think creatively about those different elements, which is one of the reasons that we've done this. In terms of the assessment for impact and environment, our guidance makes clear, and I think it's paragraph 55 of our panel's specific guidance, but I'll clarify. 54, subject to conflicts of interest of individual members, the impact and environment submissions will be assessed by at least 2 members of the panel having appropriate expertise. It could be 2, it could be 5. We will use as many panel members as we need to ensure a robust and consistent judgment across the board.
Maria, thank you. And finally, Miles.
Thank you very much, David. So I'm just going to be very mechanistic now. We've heard a lot of the principles. Each of our environment templates will be looked at and scored by 5 panel members. Those panel members will be a mix of local, international, and we will also seek the scoring from a lay member. Those 5 panel members will score each of the, I think, the 7 scoring criteria, and those will be weighted in accordance with the weightings given in the document here. And from that, a spreadsheet will calculate a grade profile for the environment as a whole. Now, clearly, there's going to be a little bit more nuance than that, because that little matrix of 5 times 7 numbers will allow us to spot outliers, unusual scores, where one assessor has perhaps scored the people section very differently to everybody else. Well, that gives us a discussion point where we can have a discussion. Is it that they were wrong, or is it that the rest of us missed something? And then we will revise our scores. That's not to say everyone has to end up with the same score, but clearly where the matrix throws up anomalies, that is highlighting points for a discussion amongst the 5, or maybe even broader. In addition to that, each of the environment templates will be looked at either by myself or by the deputy chair, and that will just be, again, to try and oversee that there is a level of consistency, of equivalence in scoring across them. So that is, from an algorithmic point of view, how we intend to come up with the profiles for the environment scores.
Thank you, Miles. In this area particularly, I think, you know, the opportunity of discussion and benchmarking is going to be really important, because it's a significant chunk of the scoring, 15% on basically one paper. So thank you for raising that. Right, I think we've come to the end of our sort of prepared questions. Are there any final questions from the audience that you'd like any clarification on? I do remind you, though, if you do have something that crops up later on, you can drop an email into the Secretariat, and that can be processed and published, answers for that later. In which case, I think we've probably reached the end of this environment section. I'd like to thank my colleagues, my panel chairs, for their inputs, and thank you all for your questions. And now I'll hand you back to Chris.
Thank you very much, David. In deference to my colleague, Professor Timothy Tong, who's a very important part of this group, I wondered if he would like to make a few wrap-up comments, and then I'll do my own bit.
Sure. Thank you, Chris. It's been a long day. I hope you find today's sharing informative and useful, and that you do a better job in preparing your submissions. I know you perhaps have spent a lot of time preparing for the RAE, and you will be spending even more time to do so. And perhaps sometimes you feel a little bit onerous that you have to spend this time on doing a lot of paperwork. But look at the positive side. It's a chance for you to shine a light on the good work that you have done. And perhaps it's also a chance for you to identify ways that you can do even a better job in the future. The outcome from this upcoming RAE will certainly inform us how we at UGC do a better job in supporting you. Okay? So we are in this together. And before I close, I just want to thank you all for attending today's workshop, and thank everyone on stage for spending their time sharing their opinions with us, and also the staff of UGC as well. So that's all I'm going to say. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim, and I would agree and endorse and second all of that. Thank you for coming. It's been, I hope, useful for you. It's certainly been useful for me, and I think for us. Because this is a general comment I wanted to make. The RAE, we're not trying to invent some new things, invent a new language about research. We are trying to capture what is common knowledge between all of us. So take the matter of research environment, for example. And imagine that you are working at the university where you're working, and a friend of yours is applying for a job in your department. And your friend asks you, what's the research environment like in that department? What kind of response would you give? How would you describe a good research environment? Or the other way around. Imagine that you are applying for a job somewhere else, and you've never been there. But you're curious to find out, because you're going to be spending maybe a couple of years in that department as an important phase of your career. So you get on a plane or a train or whatever, and you go there, and you start asking questions. And what you really want to know is, what is it like to work here? And what kind of questions would you be asking? And I would suggest that the kind of questions that you would be asking are not very different from the kind of topics that we have been discussing here and the kind of topics that are in the documentation. So research environment isn't something new and exotic and abstruse. It's the kind of expectations that all of us have. And by extrapolation, in a sense, the same is true for the overall research assessment exercise in the main. What we would like to know, what this exercise is about, is can we get a handle on excellent research, on excellence overall, both in these three categories, through the common, well-known methods of research outputs and what we know about them, and through the effect that the research collectively at the university has in society, and through the working environment. Those are the kind of categories we want. And so that's what the research assessment exercise is trying to do. And I would endorse Tim, what you said. It's not meant to be just a bureaucratic exercise where you have to spend an enormous time of write up documents. It's also an occasion for self-reflection, I think, at the departmental level, at the faculty level, at the collective, at the university level, to just take stock of where you are, what are you trying to do, how are you trying to improve the overall knowledge environment, and how do you go about it? And once you start thinking about it in that way, I hope that the exercise will be seen as a sort of a common effort between all of us. And the value, the added value, is that now, once we have a clarity amongst ourselves, we are in a much better position to answer the increasingly important and urgent question from people who are not academics. You are able to say, this is what we do, this is the effect that it has on the world, this is what the value of the universities are to the community in Hong Kong, in the UK, anywhere else in the world. So in that respect, I would maintain in the end, as you very well know, there are funding implications. I've mentioned that myself. But that is a means to an end. It's not an end in itself. The end in itself is to try and make sure that people who are not academics understand why is it valuable to the society, to the communities, to have these universities. And I hope you'll see it in that light, and I hope that today's morning and afternoon sessions were helpful to you. It was, as I said, helpful to us. So thank you to, like Tim, I say thank you to the panelists here, people who flew in from the other side of the world to come and join us here. And thank you to you for spending your Monday morning and afternoon with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. I'm not going to offer any concluding remarks here, but I would like to offer my appreciation once again. I must say that I'm really impressed by your stamina in staying on. It's quite rare, I think, for university, in the university context, of having such an audience who stay on to the very end. I do hope that you find all the tips and the do's and don'ts and the pitfalls useful. Certainly for us, it has been extremely useful in listening to the questions you raised, maybe some of the concerns that are articulated here. Some of these, I think we'll take back. We're taking notes on all the issues you put on the table, which would help us in terms of advising our panel members the kinds of issues that perhaps they should take into consideration. And also, we're going to develop our Q&A in response to some of your very specific questions. Now, there are three groups of people I want to thank. I want to join Professor Timothy Tong and Chris in thanking our panelists. And then I think we also want to thank both Professor Tong and also Professor Chris Brink, who have been steering this particular workshop and the research assessment exercise as a whole. Now, I think the other group I want to thank is really the universities and you people. In some ways, I've sort of described the RAE, not only for this particular workshop, the RAE as a whole is almost like such a huge undertaking. It is a global collaborative effort of peer review driven by Hong Kong but it is truly a global collaborative project. It, of course, helps us in our decisions on allocating funding for the universities. It certainly, I hope, help the universities to formulate their research strategies, to look at their limitations and strengths. But I think it is also important to note what both Professor Tong and Brink just said. This is an opportunity for us to be celebrating, to demonstrate our achievements and what we managed to do, which is important, I think, at least in two aspects. One is to help us to persuade, if not convince, the public and the government about the important and valuable work that we as a research community is able to do, and the continuing public investment in our universities are worth every single penny. The other thing I think is important, which is sometimes omitted, is the fact that through this particular process, we actually demonstrate beyond Hong Kong the kind of work we do in terms of our universities' reputation, in terms of the recruitment of outstanding faculty who are joining our institutions, in terms of recruiting students. I think the research assessment exercise also has been able to help us in achieving those goals. And what I want to say is, well, I know there is a bit of competition, there this and that, but at the end of the day, it's not really an assessment in the sense that we are sort of here to, look at what you produce. This is really, I think, a collaborative exercise with all the universities and all of you in partnership. So we are in this together if we want to have a successful outcome of the RAE. And judging from what happened in the previous round, we are pretty confident that we're moving forward. We'll be able to achieve even greater results for this round. So in that spirit of partnership, I really want to thank all of you here today. Now, then I'll turn to sort of to thank our host here, City University, who really helped us, provided this wonderful venue for our event today. I don't know whether the colleagues from CTU here, is Eva there? Or yes, yes she is, and all the other colleagues who have helped to make this successful and smooth workshop, and also, if I could be a bit parochial, join Professor Tong in thanking our own team of dedicated colleagues who supported the event. Now, thank you once again, and have a pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tang. And thank you everyone again for your participation at the Research Assessment Exercise 2026 workshop on research impact and research environment submissions. Have a nice day.